After I got home from work, I thought I'd buy a game for my son. He was into the Mario, Sonic, and Donkey Kong type stuff, so I got him a game I didn't think that he'd played yet. It was Sonic R. It was a racing game, as I heard, and at the time it was pretty new. I raced home and gave him the game, kissed my wife on the cheek. I held her, and she was happy for me giving him a present. The excitement filled his eyes, and I could tell he couldn't wait to play it. He went back to his room, and I was right behind him to play it with him. A couple of days passed, and he was almost done with the game, as he said. I watched him beat the last boss, and he roared in excitement as he beat it. I felt good for him, patted his head, and asked him how it was. The peculiar thing was, as I did so, I looked at the credit screen and pointed and said, "What's that?" He said it was the Tails doll. I asked him what the Tails doll was. He just said it was the Tails doll again. I obviously facepalmed and ignored the scenery. I called for him to get in bed, and as soon as he was sleeping, curiosity got the better of me. I went into his room, very quietly turned the volume down on the TV, and was ready to play some Sonic R. Knowing he already beat the game, I decided to play it through again, watching him from earlier. I noticed you can play as the Tails doll. Knowing that was the main reason I wanted to play the game, I chose him and tagged him up with some of the gang. It was pretty fun, actually, until I tagged him up with Sonic. Right when I hit that button, my whole life changed. My life was in the palm of its hand. It was all calm at first, I must say. The screen just shut off, along with the game system. I let things be and went to bed with my wife. She grasped onto me, and I did to her, falling into a deep sleep. At around 2 a.m., I started hearing thumps on my door. Keeping it shut and knowing my son could get whatever he wanted himself, I just said, "Stop, go back to bed." The thumping kept happening. I got very annoyed and noticed as I got up that there was a little shadow coming from under my door. Nothing at all compared to a regular human-sized shadow. I kind of started freaking out. The word Tails kept popping up in my mind. I started to slowly open the door and heard these very faint words I will never forget again. "You're coming with me. Forever." It was a doll. An evil, blood-covered, possessed little doll. It was from the game. It had to be. It looked just like it. I screamed and waked the whole house as it started to claw at my toes. Blood was all over the floor, and to this day, my feet ache and are sore. It was growling very aggressively, and as my screaming got louder, my wife called the police. It scattered across the floor, running from me. Its screeching was awful, and it left a trail of my blood behind it. It said it has what it needs, knowing it can't finish its job tonight. Ever since, to this day, I'm afraid to go to sleep at night. My sleeping patterns are scattered apart. I go to sleep around 6 a.m. and wake up around 8 p.m. to start my day. I know this may sound fake, but it isn't. I swear to this very day, I'm shocked to even think about falling asleep at night.
A little girl sat in her room. Her messy brown hair was pulled into little pigtails, and her hazel eyes stared at the door. She hugged her stuffed giraffe close to her little body and listened closely to the loud yells of her father and mother. "I never should have had any damn kids!" screamed a loud, deep voice. "All they do is make messes, complain, draw on the walls." He was cut off by the high, angered yells of the girl's mother. "They're children, David! They don't know any better! Oh, fuck me, Marybeth. I don't want to hear your bullshit excuses. I've had just about enough with them. And what do you plan to do about it? The girl heard loud footsteps coming towards her room, and she hugged her giraffe closer. The door was violently opened, and in the hallway stood her large, angry, overweight father. In one of his meaty hands, he held a large textbook. "Stop it, David!" screamed her mother. But the father ignored his wife's pleading cries. He grabbed the little girl by the collar, and she screamed and kicked, trembling and shaking in fear. The girl's father harshly held up the textbook. "This is for drawing on my fucking walls, you little bitch!" Years later, the little girl known as Natalie was 17 years old. And like usual, she sat in her room, watching TV. Her dad was ranting on about some economic crap that she really couldn't care less about, as she munched on some popcorn. She was also currently drawing a picture. There was a bit of gore in it, but strangely, she really liked drawing blood. It gave her some weird satisfaction. Other than that, multitasking was no problem for her. It became apparent to her at a young age, after having to do so much hard work and labor, that she was able to do so many things at once. Drawing ended up being her talent and passion. It was her way of escaping from reality. And whenever something bad would rear its ugly head and peer in, or when she was simply bored. We're here. Having an annoyed tone, most likely from her sleeping, she looked at the large sign of the school that read, Walkerville Collegiate Institute for the Creative Fine Arts. She sighed tiredly and stepped out, putting her backpack on her shoulder. "See ya," she proclaimed, closing the car door. She walked into the school and chatted with a couple friends until she went up to her locker on the 3rd floor. She grabbed her books, and before the 5 minutes of time was over, she ran to class. Her English teacher annoyingly put her hand on Natalie's desk. "Where's your assignment, Miss Olette?" Natalie swallowed. I forgot it at home. Sorry, Miss Hominick." She growled and stood. "Your time is up, Miss Olette. Don't disappoint me." Natalie seemed puzzled by the thought for a moment. She didn't know why, but those words seemed to melt through her. She simply ignored it and went back to listening to the lesson, falling asleep not too long after, of course. Later that day, she was heading to her locker for 4th period when suddenly her boyfriend Chris came up to her. "Hey, talk to me after school, okay?" She smiled lovingly at Chris. Though, strangely, she didn't suspect anything. He was always such a sweet guy. During her French class, she dared not to pay attention. Instead, she doodled the thing that she loved to draw: blood, gore, people being stabbed, knives, and macabre things of the such. Other people would say that it was pretty dark of her to draw such things, but she saw nothing wrong with it. For a strange reason, it actually felt like a normal thing to her. "Miss Olette!" She quickly covered her doodles on her paper and looked up at her French teacher quickly, trying to hide her fear. Yes, Mr. L." He gestured for her to move her arm with a slight turn of his head. "Show me your work." She hesitantly moved her arm to show the picture of someone getting stabbed by an insane man. The teacher stared puzzled, looking at her a bit. She smiled nervously. "Erase that and get started on your work," he said in a strangely calm tone. He walked away, and she sighed and began to erase the picture. "And Miss Olette," she looked up at him. "Your time is almost up on getting your work done. I suggest doing it now." She growled at the remark. Time always seemed to be against her. As far as she cared, time could go fuck itself. And after class, she walked out of the school to find her boyfriend standing near the fence of the sidewalk. She smiled and walked over, hoping that her day could at least be cheered up by him. But as she walked closer, her smile faded. He wasn't smiling back. Chris, what's wrong? What did you want to talk about? Natalie, I think it's time that we should start seeing other people. She felt her heart break. But why? He gave her a stern look. It's your mindset. Your drawings, they just creep me out. I think it's really something wrong with you. And the saddest part is why you haven't told me why you're acting like this. It makes me feel irresponsible, so I just can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. And with that, he began to walk away. Natalie slammed her hands on the bathroom counter at home. She stared at herself in the mirror, her eyes twitching. I won't hurt myself like the others. I can stay strong. There was a needle and black thread in her hand. It's pointless. It doesn't help. Some weird sensation pulled at her subconscious. She chuckled slightly. No, I'm doing it because I want to. She held up the needle with thread on the end of it, and she smirked widely. Time is up. Piece after piece. Cut after cut. Even though excruciating pain was going through her, she did not whine. She did not whimper. She did not cry. There were no more tears to shed. All she did was smile. Blood leaked from the piercings and made a low, dripping noise into the sink and onto the counter. When she was finished, she stood back and admired her handiwork. She stroked the horrendous stitches on the side of her mouth that spread into a wide smile. She felt the warm, wet blood on her fingers and licked it gently, consuming the metallic-tasting liquid in pure ecstasy. She stopped when she saw her mother's reflection in the mirror behind her, and sharply turned around. She saw her mother's wide eyes and pale face, and she looked at her fingers, seeing the blood. She suddenly felt the pain. She started to cry. Mom? She had never felt so confused. What had just happened to her? Her mother had scheduled some therapy for her. Natalie had gotten rid of the stitches in fear of how much pain that it would bring, so she went to the therapist with them. She made sure that her hood was up as not to let anyone see. She sat down on the comfortable leather seat and stared at the blonde woman across from her in silence. Your name is Natalie, isn't it? Natalie just nodded. I'm Deborah, and I'm here to help. Now, tell me, what have been some of your problems recently? Natalie stared. Time. Time's been my problem. Deborah gave her a confused look. What about time, dear? Natalie's hands roughly gripped the leather of the seat. Everything. It makes you live through it. Slowly progressing through life, being controlled by society only to be tortured for seemingly to no end until you find that you no longer have a purpose. It's a vicious cycle. Time does not end. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't speed up. It's violent. It makes you live through the torture over and over again, unable to fast forward away from it. Natalie really had no idea what she had just said. She felt like she wasn't herself anymore. Could this be because of all the things that she had kept contained? No, it was impossible. But for some strange reason, she liked it. The therapist leaned closer. Sweetheart, I want you to tell me what's happened to you. Natalie still stared. There was a long pause. She smirked slightly, and the piercings from her stitches slightly opening again. Why don't you tell me, Blondie? You're the expert. Deborah seemed to have a bit of an annoyed look. I can't help you unless you tell me what's wrong, Natalie. Her fingers started to tear into the leather seats. Natalie isn't here anymore. With that, Deborah's eyes widened. She got up. I'll be right back. Please stay here. She walked out, leaving Natalie alone. Natalie did not move. She sat perfectly still, perfectly silent, and perfectly calm in her chair. And after a while of waiting and impatience, her parents finally walked in. She stood, happy to go, but she noticed her parents' expression. Even her father had a strange, saddened look on his face. Her confusion grew, but she said no words, and followed them to their car. On the way there, she thought that she was going back home. She started to drift off. Strangely, she heard a dark voice speak in her dream. It almost sounded like herself, echoing into eternal darkness. Your time is up. She shot awake, some beads of sweat rolling down her face. She wasn't home. She wasn't in the car. She was in a bed. A white bed. In a white room. She looked to her side, seeing that she was hooked up to a heart monitor. She went to get up, but suddenly realized that she was bounded down. She panicked. She started to struggle and paused, hearing a door to her left open. A man in a white shirt looked at her, his hands behind his back. He almost looked like one of those cliché doctors that you would find in some scientific lab. She paid full attention as Mr. Scientist started to speak. You must be very confused right now, I can imagine. But I'm letting you know we're only here to help. Your parents agreed to sign a contract to give you some mental drugs to hopefully help your state of mind. She opened her mouth to protest, but was quickly silenced. You don't need to worry. You'll be back to normal in no time. Just try to relax. He walked over, and she tried to skittishly move away, but couldn't, due to the bonds of the leather straps around her wrists and legs. He carefully took a mask and put it over her mouth and nose. She stubbornly tried to get it off, but felt herself starting to slip under the drugs, and her eyes slowly shut. And suddenly, she woke up. She couldn't comprehend what the hell she was seeing. She was being given multiple injections. Even some things were being rubbed on her skin. She felt woozy, but was completely aware of her surroundings. She was entering a rare state in which some patients go through while undergoing surgery. They're able to see that they're being worked on. They can feel the pain. Their brain is active, but they can't respond. However, she was able to. Her heart rate on the monitor started to speed up. The doctors took notice of this. They looked at her, seeing her opened eyes. One of the doctors was yelling at another. She couldn't make out what they were saying, but she suddenly felt a rush of adrenaline. She slowly started to slip through her bonds, shaking violently. One of the doctors was going to hold her down, but was suddenly hesitant of doing so, and all three of the doctors backed away. She sat on the edge of the bed now, and ripped the mask and tube from her arm. She got up, started to stumble towards them. Her breathing hitched, and her vision was blurry. She could make out herself giving off a couple of insane chuckles, but suddenly she felt a searing pain in her chest. She gripped where her heart would supposedly be and dropped to her knees, but coughed blood and fell on the floor, completely blacking out. She woke slowly and groggily after that. She was back in bed and the doctors were sitting beside her. Something went horribly wrong. She didn't know why, but she felt a tremendous amount of hatred towards the doctor. He took notice of it and looked away. You weren't supposed to wake up while we were giving you the doses for your mental state. We aren't sure how it affected you, but we have a feeling we're going to find out. He paused for a second, before taking out a small mirror, not looking at her. It happened to have an effect on your appearance as well. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes widened, they were completely green. She noticed that she still had the stitches in her mouth as well, but for some reason, she couldn't help but feel happy. Her heart rate started to increase again. She gave out a low chuckle. The doctor looked in shock, seeing that she was suddenly already standing over him. "Doctor?" she said, still chuckling. He trembled slightly, pressing a button from under the monitor. "Yes?" "Your time is up."
Ah! 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 Nee!
A loud scream was heard through the halls of the apparent hospital. 2 security guards rushed into the room, kicking open the door. Blood was the first thing that they saw. Blood on the walls, on the bed, on the floor, hell, even on the ceiling. Natalie had taken the doctor and strapped him down into the bed. His spine was completely snapped, as the bed was bent almost into a sandwich. Blood poured from his eyes, nose, mouth, and just about every orifice of his body, and there, in the corner, was the murderer, happily drawing her gruesome pictures on the wall in blood, followed by the phrase, "Your time is up." She slowly turned to look at them. A wide, crazy grin spread across her face. "Hello, friends. Would you like to play?" The orderlies quickly pulled out syringes. When she charged at one of them, quickly able to dodge his strike, she grabbed the pocket knife from one of them and slashed it right across the waistline. Blood, organs flooded out, and he collapsed to the ground. She inhaled deeply, loving the damp stench of death. The other shook his head with fear, dropping his syringe. She slowly walked up to him and placed the tip of the knife at his chest. "Your time is up." She slowly slid the knife down, all the way to the end of his gut. His organs spilled out onto the floor as well, and he collapsed, dead. Natalie's mother was silently sleeping in her room next to her husband. She awoke to the sound of some knocking on her door. She groggily got up and walked out of the bedroom to the front door. It was pouring outside, and thunder boomed in the distance. She walked up to the door and paused when she was about to grab the knob. There was a faint sound of laughter. The rain and thunder seemed to be quiet suddenly. She pressed her ear against the door and listened closely. "Hello, Mother." Natalie burst through the door, wielding 2 knives in hand. Her mother stumbled back, hitting her head against the coat rack. One of the knobs broke into her skull, and she bled violently from the back of her head onto the floor. She fell to the ground, paralyzed, but still conscious. Natalie towered over her, but slowly knelt down to meet the level of her eyes, and showed her 2 knives covered in thick, red blood. "I was suffering, Mother." She ran the tip of the knives across her cheek, cutting it slightly. Natalie tilted her head. "You were weak. You did nothing." All her mother could do was shake and gasp constantly, like a fish on a line, and Natalie grabbed her mother and gently set her down, so her back was laying flat on the ground. She proceeded to stand on top of her and started to make a V-cut into her chest. Her mother only gasped and shook, but her breath started to seem choked and gurgle. Natalie knew that she didn't have much time left. She proceeded to forcibly open her chest cavity with a loud crack and reached inside and grabbed her mother's heart as it slowly beat in her hand. Its pulses were growing dimmer and dimmer, and suddenly she ripped it out, blood spraying all over her face. She stared at her mother directly as she slowly died. "Sweet dreams," she said to her mother's corpse. "Your time was up." She put the heart in her mother's mouth, patting her cheek softly, and stood up. She wasn't done yet. Natalie's father, David, had stirred awake and realized that his wife had not returned. His eyes started to adjust to the darkness when he suddenly realized Natalie, standing on his bedside, smirking crazily, with her green eyes glowing in the darkness. Blood was all over her and the scent was unbearable. She put on a fake sad face. "Oh dear, Mother's gone. I wonder who will get the money." She suddenly grabbed her father's forehead. "That's all you ever cared about, is it? That's all you ever cared about anyway." Her father, however, was a fighter, and he sprung up and grabbed her by the neck and threw her to the ground. He started to stomp on her chest until she coughed blood and stared down at her. Doesn't it feel good, Daddy?" She coughed up more blood. "After all, you never seemed to mind doing it all those years ago, did you?" He narrowed his eyes. "You aren't my daughter." A wide smirk spread across her face, and she looked at him with her glowing eyes as blood dripped down her mouth. "You're right. I'm not." She suddenly tripped him, causing him to fall hard on the floor, and she got up, knives in hand. They say the bigger you are, the harder you fall. While he was winded, she grabbed the pillow and stuffed it in his face and started to stomp on it, harder and harder, hearing loud cracking noises after a while, and when she pulled the pillow away, his face was gruesomely mutilated. He was making muffled noises, crying in pain. "What's the matter, Daddy? Pain too much for you?" She stabbed both knives into his stomach, leaving them there for now as she ripped off one of the large, heavy wooden poles from the bed. She set it down on his leg and took out the knife. "Gonna need these," she chuckled. Suddenly, she started to pull back while sitting down, and the weight from her body on the pole slowly started to squeeze his innards up through his body. He started to gag, and blood poured from his mouth. His breath was silenced, and she hit a bit of a snag. "Come on," as she forced herself to pull back with more weight, and suddenly his organs burst from his mouth. The nasty gore piled onto the floor on the sides of his face, and she noticed his carcass and walked out. Your time was up. Finally, this would be her favorite part. She quietly snuck down to her brother's room, silently opening the door, blood dripping from the knife, making a low tapping sound as the droplets hit the hard wood. Her brother wasn't in bed. It was apparent that he must be hiding somewhere. And she grinned. "Oh, dear brother, come now." She started to walk inside. "All I want to do is have a little fun." As she stepped in more, she listened closely for any sounds, any breathing, any movement. She even sniffed the air for his putrid scent, and the closer that she listened, she finally noticed something. A faint breathing noise. Whack! She fell to the ground, trembling. Her brother was behind her with a now bloodied baseball bat. He was glaring down with anger, panting in rage, and she tried to slowly get up, but he hit her again and again and again. "Mother always did like you best, you bitch." He hit her hard one last time before taking a breather, and she was bleeding heavily. Her green eyes drooped, glowing faintly in the darkness. She felt weak and looked closer up at the ceiling. She recalled the days that she had spent in here, being tortured, having to go through it for 4 years, looking at the same damn ceiling. It sent a sudden rush of energy into her body, and she started to stand, laughing insanely. Her brother went to hit her again, but she used both of her knives to block it. "You're going to hell, brother." With a large push, she sent her brother flying onto the bed, and he hit his head against the wall and growled angrily, about to lunge at her when she stabbed the two knives into his arms, keeping them pinned into the wall. He screamed and struggled. "Let's see what we can use here." She started walking around the room and smirked, seeing a simple butter knife on his bedside. She picked it up and walked over to him. "They say that the eyes are the softest organs on the body." She licked the knife. "Soft as butter." He looked in horror, trying to get away, as she started to dig out his eyes with the knife. He shrieked loudly, and she quickly tied a cloth around his mouth. Now, can't have you waken the neighbors." He wasn't able to see anything. The pain was unbearable. Blood leaked violently from his eye sockets. He would cry, but was now incapable. She dug around for more items and picked up a pair of scissors. She walked over to him, crawling over him. "I think you need to cut loose, brother." She stabbed the scissors into his gut, and he cried out in a muffled scream of pain. She treated him like an arts and crafts, cutting through his skin like paper. She lifted up his large intestines and smirked violently. "You know what I love? Macaroni art." He started to cut the intestines into sections. These might be a little bit too big to put on a plate, though. She could hear his brother foaming blood from his mouth. However, he had to swallow the blood back because of the cloth. "Doesn't that taste good?" She licked his blood off of her fingers. "I sure know that I like it." He let out another muffled scream. She went down to his toes and started cracking them and ripping them off, one by one. After a while, his screams grew futile. His throat was raw and bloody by now. Next, she worked on his fingers, snapping them, ripping them off. The gurgling became louder, and he started to squirm. He was choking on his own blood. She pulled the cloth down, and blood poured from his mouth, and turned his head to the side to vomit violently. There, brother," she said, patting his head. "Eat this and feel better." She stuffed one of his fingers into his mouth, making it jam into his throat. He choked and died. Your time was up. The girl, known as Natalie, walked into her room, dripping blood. Off to the corner she saw it. Her stuffed giraffe. She knelt down and stared at it. Then, without a word, she stood back up, walked to the bathroom. Staring at herself covered in blood, she heard a faint ticking noise. She looked down and saw a pocket watch. She stared at it, hands slowly turning, listening to the ticking for what seemed like an eternity. She took out one of her new knives as it heavily dripped blood onto the counter. She grabbed the pocket watch and disassembled the watch until only the small clock was left. Time makes you live through torture, she said slowly, bringing the knife up to her eye. Slowly progressing through life, being controlled by society. She started to slowly dig it into her eye as the vision in her left eye grew blurry and red, until you find that you no longer have a purpose. She felt her eye start to relent from its socket, blood pouring in the sink. It's a vicious circle. She felt it dangle out of her socket, a sharp pain where it connected to her head. Time does not speed up. It does not slow down. It is violent. She grabbed onto the cord of her eye and tore it out, the eye falling into the sink. It makes you live through the torture over and over again. She started to place the clock in her eye, unable to fast forward away from it. There was a squishing sound and drips of blood until it seemed like the clock fit perfectly in her socket. I ham, clockwork. The young girl, used to be known as Natalie, walked away from her burning house. The flames engulfed everything, and inside the giraffe slowly burned, along with the corpses of her family. Some say that she still lives on, carrying her insanity with her, leaving so many dead, saying that she decided when their time should come to an end. And the only way to detect her presence is if you're cuddled in close in the covers at night, sleeping soundly. And in the darkness, she's watching. She determines. You hear ticking, and you see a green flash of that putrid clock eye. If she's there, you know your time is up.
You've heard of Smile Dog, right? That terrifying picture of a husky smiling and in a demonic way? Yeah, that one. Well, I was looking at internet memes and scary stories a few months ago. I stumbled across an urban legend video which I found interesting. I watched the video and it told of a few basic facts about spontaneous human combustion and sleep paralysis. The video also contained a couple of screamers to kill the mood a little. The end story was of Smile Dog. It simply presented the picture and told the viewer the legend. I researched it a bit more and found it to be terrifying but quite cool. I began talking about it to my friends in school the next day. It turned out something of a common interest. People would often use it jokingly, like in a history lesson our teacher told us. He collapsed on the floor. My friend leaned towards me and said, "I guess he saw Smile Dog." And it would often make us laugh. We then found other stories such as Red Mist or Squidward's suicide, Candle Cove. Then we dropped the subject of Smile Dog for a while after that. In our school we often talked to this boy, and his name was Michael. He was a strange child. He never spoke to us, and he would often keep to himself. He had no idea where he would be at lunchtime. He wouldn't be hanging out with us, but we found it not to be of our concern. He'd often leave lessons early to visit a hospital, as he was a rather sickly child. He told me only a few of his afflictions, the most noticeable being epilepsy and schizophrenia. He never showed signs of these, though. If he mentioned them, he would often laugh it off and dismiss them. He approached me one day and inquired about Smile Dog. I replied, "Oh, that thing? Yeah, it's obviously fake."
Can I see it?
I didn't save it or anything.
But...
Oh, just look it up, okay? I was busy with homework at the time, and when people try to talk to me, I'm rather irritable. He walked off without looking back. But I didn't see Michael the next day. He was supposed to be in a few of our lessons, but he wasn't there. Nobody, not even the teachers, knew where he was. It was after our first lesson. I was called into the headmaster's office. The headmaster sat me down in front of his desk and told me, "Your friend Michael has been instated to a mental institution. He apparently saw something scary, and he kept having visions of it. Have you any idea what that might be?" And I immediately remembered Smile Dog. Yes, sir." The headmaster immediately brought up his computer, and I was faced with the Google search engine. I changed the search to images and typed in Smile Dog. I showed the headmaster the full, unedited image of Smile Dog. "Oh my," he said. and told me that Michael would probably want to see me. He immediately arranged for transport for me to the mental institute. I entered the colossal building with the headmaster, where we were stopped by a doctor. He said, "Michael only wants his friend, I'm afraid." The headmaster gave me a bewildered look, and I said, "That's fine. I'll see you in a few minutes." I strolled down the large, intimidating corridor and reached room 204. The room had a padded floor, a wall, and a light. No windows except a minuscule viewing slot through the door. I walked in and almost vomited. Michael was lying face down in the middle of the room with his hands still gripped tight on his neck. He was dead. There was a hastily scrawled note left next to him. It was for me.
Josh, I saw that smile dog picture that you showed me. It's everywhere. No matter what we do, it can't be stopped. It appears in the brightest moments of your life. It'll always be marching, never moving. It will not go away. Why did they have to put me in this room? Why do I have to be trapped in this godforsaken room? I had no escape. No matter how much I kicked off, the doctors wouldn't believe me. This was the only way out, I guess. But what if the dog is still there during death? When you're weak or incapacitated, it'll drag you down to hell from where it once came. This is the reality, Josh. Do not ever mention Smile Dog to anyone ever again. Sincerely, Michael.
I pocketed the note and alerted the doctors. Upon further inspection of his body, his hand was blocking a horrifying, vicious bite into his neck. The teeth marks matched that of a dog's. A Siberian husky. I keep going over and over that note in my head. I can't believe it. He was such a nice boy, and I regret every bad thing I ever said to him. Why did it have to end this way for him? There's a small part in my head saying that I'm responsible, and another portion of my head believes that this is all just fake, and I should have been more aware of Michael's afflictions. The only trouble is, I'm running out of options to believe here. And I didn't know that schizophrenia was contagious. But I keep seeing that damn little dog in the corner of my eye everywhere I go. It's starting to get on my nerves. Wait a minute. Is that? No. I hear panting and scratching on my door. Let me go investigate. I'll be back in a second. Spread the word.
Okay, I need your help with this. It's going to be a long story, but I feel that my safety or well-being could very well depend on this. This is video game related, specifically Majora's Mask, and this is the creepiest shit that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Having said that, I recently moved into my dorm room starting as a sophomore in college, and a friend of mine gave me his old Nintendo 64 to play. I was stoked, to say the least. I could finally play all those old games of my youth that I hadn't touched in at least a decade. His Nintendo 64 came with one yellow controller and a rather shoddy copy of Super Smash Bros. And while beggars can't be choosers, needless to say, it didn't take long until I became bored of beating up level 9 CPUs. That weekend, I decided to drive around a few neighborhoods about 20 minutes or so off campus, hitting up the local garage sales, hoping to score on some good deals from ignorant parents. I ended up picking up a copy of Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, F-Zero, and 2 other controllers for $2. Satisfied, I began to drive out of the neighborhood while one last house caught my attention. I still have no idea why it did. There was no cars there. Only one table was set up with random junk on it, but something sort of drew me there. I usually trust my gut on these things, so I got out of the car, and I was greeted by an old man. His outward appearance was, for lack of a better word, displeasing. It was odd. If you asked me to tell you why I thought he was displeasing, I couldn't really pinpoint anything. It was just something about him that put me on edge. I can't explain it. All I could tell you is that if it wasn't in the middle of the afternoon and there were other people in shouting distance, I would not have thought about approaching this man. He flashed a crooked smile at me and asked what I was looking for, and immediately I noticed that he must have been blind in one of his eyes. His right eye had that glazed over look about it. I forced myself to look into his left eye instead, trying not to offend, and I asked if he had any old video games. I was already wondering how I could politely excuse myself from the situation when he would tell me that he had no idea what a video game was, but to my surprise, he said he had a few in an old box. He assured me that he would be back in a jiffy and turned to head back into the garage. As I watched him hobble away, I couldn't help but notice what he was selling on his table. Littered across his table were rather peculiar paintings, various artworks that looked like ink blots that psychiatrists might show you. Curious, I looked through them. It was obvious why no one was visiting this guy's garage sale. There weren't exactly aesthetically pleasing items here. As I came to the last one, for some reason, it looked almost like Majora's Mask. Same heart-shaped body with little spikes protruding outward. Initially, I just thought that since I was secretly hoping to find the game at these garage sales, some Freudian bullshit was projecting itself into the ink blots. But given the events that happened afterward, I'm not so sure. I should have asked the man about it. I wish I would have asked the man about it. I stared at the Majora-shaped blot. I looked up and the old man was suddenly there again, arm's length in front of me, smiling at me. I'll admit that I jumped out of reflex, and I laughed nervously as he handed me a Nintendo 64 cartridge. It was a standard gray color, except that someone had written Majora's Mask on it in permanent marker. I got butterflies in my stomach as I realized what a coincidence this was and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me I could have it for free, that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. There's something weird about how the man phrased that, but I didn't really pay any attention to it then. I was caught up in not only finding the game, but getting it for free. I reminded myself to be a bit skeptical since it looked like a pretty shoddy cartridge and there was no guarantee that it would work. But then the optimist inside me interjected that maybe it was some kind of beta version or pirated version of the game, and that was all I needed to get back on Cloud 9. I thanked the man, and the man smiled at me and wished me well, saying, "Goodbye, then." At least that's what it sounded like to me. All the way in the car ride home, I had a nagging doubt that the man had said something else. My fears were confirmed when I booted up the game. To my surprise, it worked just fine, and there was one save file, simply Ben. "Goodbye, Ben," he was saying. "Goodbye, Ben." I felt bad for the man, obviously a grandparent and obviously going senile, and I, for some reason or another, reminded him of his grandson, Ben. Out of curiosity, I looked at the save file, eyeballing it. I could tell that he was pretty far in the game. He had almost all the masks and 3/4 of the remains of the bosses. I noticed that he had used an owl statue to save his game. He was on day 3, and by the stone tower temple with hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking that it was a shame that he had come so close to beating the game, but he never finished it. I made a new file named Link out of tradition and started the game.
ready to relive my childhood. For such a shady-looking game cartridge, I was impressed at how smoothly it ran, literally like a retail copy of the game, save for a few minor hiccups here and there, like textures being where they shouldn't be, random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. Honestly, however, the only thing that was a little unnerving was that at times the NPCs would call me Link, and at other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke in the programming causing our files to get mixed up or something. It did kind of creep me out though after a while. And it was around after I had beaten the waterfall temple that I regrettably went into the save files and deleted Ben. I had intended to preserve the file just out of respect for the game's original owner, but it's not like I needed 2 files anyway. Hoping that that would solve the problem. It did, and it didn't. Now NPCs wouldn't call me anything. Where my name should be in the dialogue, there was just a blank space. My save file name was still called Link, though. Frustrated, and with homework to do, I put the game down for a day. I started playing the game again last night, getting the lens of truth and working my way through completing the Snowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora's Mask players know about the 4th day glitch. For those who don't, you can Google it, but the gist of it is that right as the clock is about to hit 000000 on the final day, you talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. If you time it right, the countdown disappears and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you're doing. Deciding to do the glitch to try and finish the Snowhead Temple, I happened to get it right on the first try, and the time counter at the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to escape the telescope, instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora's boss fight at the end of the game. The trippy boxed-in arena, staring at Skull Kid hovering above me. There was no sound, just him floating in the air, and the background music, which was regular for the area, but still creepy. Immediately, my palms began to sweat. This was definitely not normal. Skull Kid never appears here. I tried moving around the area. No matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen, though, and this kept up for around 60 seconds. I thought the game had bugged or something, but I was beginning to doubt that very much. I was about to reach for the reset button when text appeared on my screen. You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation. I instantly recognized that text. You get that message when you get the room key from Anju at the Stockpot Inn, but why was it playing here? I refused to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started to navigate the room again, testing to see if there was some kind of trigger that enabled me to interact with something here. Then I realized how stupid I was. To even think that someone could reprogram the game like this was absurd. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on the screen, and again, like the first one, it was another pre-existing phrase. Go to the lair of the temple boss. Yes, no. I paused for a second, contemplating what I should press and how the game would react. When I realized that I couldn't select no, taking a deep breath, I pressed yes, and the screen faded to white, of the words, Dawn of a New Day, with the subtext, 111111 beneath it. Where I was ported to filled me with the most intense sense of dread and impending fear I had ever experienced. The only way I could describe the way I felt was having this feeling of inexplicable depression on a profound scale. I'm normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was a feeling that I didn't even know existed. It was such a twisted, powerful presence that seemed to wash over me. I appeared in some kind of weird Twilight Zone version of Clocktown. I walked out of the clock tower as you normally do when you first start day 1, only to find that all the inhabitants were gone. Usually with the 4th day glitch, you can still find the guards and the dog that runs around outside the tower. This time, they were all gone. What replaced them was the ominous feeling that there was something out there, in the same area as me, and that it was watching me. I had 4 hearts to my name and the hero's bow, but at this point, I wasn't even considered for my avatar. I felt that I personally was in some kind of danger. Perhaps the most chilling thing was the music. It was the Song of Healing, ripped straight from the game itself, but played in reverse. The music got louder, building up so as if you should
expect something to pop out at you, but nothing ever did. The constant loop began to wear on my mental state. Every now and then I would hear the faint laugh of the happy mask salesman in the background, just quiet enough so that I wasn't sure if I was hearing things, but just loud enough to keep me determined to find him. I looked in all 4 zones of Clocktown only to find nothing, no one. Textures were missing. West Clocktown had me walking on air. The entire area felt broken. Helplessly broken, as the reverse song of healing repeated for what must have been 50 times. I just remember standing in the middle of South Clocktown, realizing that I had never felt so alone in a video game before. As I walked through the ghost town, I don't know whether it was the combination of the out-of-place texture and the atmosphere and the haunting melody of the once peaceful and soothing song being butchered and distorted, but I was literally on the verge of tears, and I had no idea why. I hardly ever cry. Something had gripped me here, and this powerful sense of depression that it was both foreign and crippling. I tried leaving Clocktown, but every time I attempted to zone out, the screen would fade to black, and I would just zone into another part of Clocktown. I tried playing my ocarina. I tried to escape, and I did not want to be here, but every time I played the Song of Time or Song of Soaring, it would only say, "Your notes echo far, but nothing happens." By this point, it was obvious the game didn't want me to leave, but I had no idea why it was keeping me here. I didn't want to go inside the buildings. I felt that I would be too vulnerable there, whatever I was terrified of. I don't know why, but I came up with the idea that maybe if I drowned myself at the laundry pool, I could spawn somewhere else and leave this place. As I zoned in and ran towards the pool, that's when it happened. Link grabbed his head and the screen flashed for a brief moment of the happy mask salesman smiling at me. Not Link, me, with Skull Kid's scream playing in the background, and when the screen returned, I was staring at the Link statue from playing the song of Elegy of Emptiness. I screamed as the thing just stared back at me with that haunting facial expression. I turned around and ran out and back into South Clocktown, and to my horror, the fucking statue followed me. And the only way that I compare this is the weeping angels from Doctor Who. Every so often, at random intervals, the animation would play of the statue appearing behind me. It was like the thing was chasing me, or I don't even want to fucking say it, haunting me. By this point, I was on the verge of hysterics, but not even once did the thought of turning off the console occur to me. I don't know why. I was so wrapped up in it. The terror felt all so real. I tried to shake the statue, but it would literally appear right behind me every single time. Link started to begin to make weird animations I'd never seen him do before. He would flail his arms around or spasm randomly, and the screen would cut to the happy mask salesman, smiling again for a brief moment before I was face to face with that fucking statue again. I ended up running into the swordsman's dojo and ran to the back. I don't know why, but my panic, I just wanted some kind of assurance that I'm not alone here. To my dismay, I found no one. But as I turned to leave, the statue cornered me in the cubby in the back. I tried attacking the statue with my sword, but to no avail. Confused, I backed into a corner. I just stared at the statue, waiting for it to kill me, and suddenly the screen flashed again to the happy mask salesman, and Link turned to face my screen, standing upright, mirroring the statue, looking at me along with his copy, literally staring at me. Whatever was left of the fourth wall was completely shattered while I ran out of the dojo terrified. Suddenly the game warped me to an underground tunnel, and reverse song of healing queued up again as I was given a brief moment of rest before the statue started appearing behind me again. This time aggressively. I could only take a few steps before it would summon behind me again. I hurried, made my way out of the tunnel, and appeared in the southern Clocktown. As I ran aimlessly in a sheer panic, suddenly a re-dead screamed, and screen faded to a black as dawn of a new day, and 11111111 appeared again. The screen faded in, and I was standing on top of a clock tower with Skull Kid hovering over me again, silent. I looked up, and the moon was back, looming just meters above my head, but the Skull Kid just stared at me hauntingly with that fucking mask. A new song was playing, the Stone Tower Temple theme played in reverse. In some sort of desperate attempt, I equipped my bow and fired off a few shots at the Skull Kid. And it actually hit him, and he played an animation of him reeling back. I fired again, and on the third arrow, a text block appeared saying, "That won't do you any good." And I was picked up off the ground, levitated upwards on my back, and then Link screamed as he burst into flames, instantly killing it. I jumped when this happened. I'd never seen this move used by anyone in the game, and Skull Kid himself didn't have any moves. As the death screen played, my lifeless body still burning, the Skull Kid laughed and the screen faded to black, only to have me reappear in the same place. I decided to charge him, but the same thing happened. Link's body was lifted off the ground by some unknown force, and he immediately burst into flames again, killing him. This time, during the death scene, the faint sound of the reverse song of healing could be heard. On my third and final try, I noticed that there was no music playing this time. That all there was eerie silence. I remembered that in the original encounter with the Skull Kid, you were supposed to use the ocarina to either travel back in time or summon the giants, and I attempted to play the Song of Time. Before I could hit the last note, Link's body once again horrifically exploded into flames and he died. As the death screen neared its end, it began to chug, as if the cartridge was trying to process a lot of something. And while the screen came to, it was the same scene as the first 3 times, except this time, Link was lying on the ground dead in a position I'd never seen in the game before. His head tilted toward the camera, and the Skull Kid floating above him. I couldn't move. I couldn't press any buttons. All I could do is just stare at Link's dead body. After around 30 seconds of this, the game simply fades out with the message, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" Before kicking you out to the title screen. Upon getting back to the title screen and starting again, I noticed my save file was no longer there. Instead of Link, it was replaced by Your Turn. Your Turn had 3 hearts, 0 masks, and no items. I selected Your Turn, and immediately when I did, I was returned to the clock tower rooftop scene with my Link dead and Skull Kid hovering over, and Skull Kid's laugh looping again and again. I quickly hit the reset button, and when the game booted up again, there was one more save file added, below Your Turn, entitled Ben. Ben's save file is right back where it was before I deleted it, at the Stone Tower Temple with the moon almost crashing. I turned off the game at that point. I'm not superstitious, but this is way too fucked up, even for me. I haven't played it at all today. Hell, I didn't even get any sleep last night. I kept hearing the reverse song of healing music in my head and just remembered the sense of dread I felt exploring Clocktown. I drove back to the old man's house today to ask him some questions with a buddy of mine. No way I was going there alone. Only to find that there was a for sale sign in the front yard, and when I rang the doorbell, no one was home. So now I'm back here writing down the rest of my thoughts and recording what happened. Sorry if some of this has grammatical errors and whatnot. I'm not sleeping quite so well. I'm terrified of this game, even more so now that I relived it a second time writing this all down. But I feel like there's still more to it that meets the eye, and that there's something calling to me to investigate this further. I think Ben is something in this equation, but I don't know what. And if I could get a hold of the old man, then I would be able to find some answers. I need another day or so to recuperate before tackling the game again. It's already taken a toll on my sanity. I feel like... But next time I do this, I'm going to be recording my footage all the way through. The idea to record only came to me towards the end, so you see the last few minutes of what I saw, including the Skull Kid and the Elegy statue, but I'll post it on YouTube here. I'm gonna stay in this thread for a while longer, just before I fall asleep, to answer any questions while you guys might have any, or hopefully listen to your ideas or theories to help me shed some light onto this. Maybe things I should try to do. I think I'm gonna play Ben's file tomorrow to see what happens. Maybe I was supposed to do that all along. I don't believe in paranormal shit, but this is a little fucked up. Maybe this Ben guy is just a really good hacker or programmer. I don't want to think about the alternatives if he isn't. I'm gonna post what happened and a link of the footage here. But last night, everything got too real for me. I think I'm done messing around with this. I passed out pretty much immediately after making that thread. But last night, that Elegy of Emptiness statue, I had a dream about it.
I dreamed that it was following me in my dream. That I would be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hair stand up on end. I would turn around and the horrible lifeless statue would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly, but the important thing is I did get some sleep, I suppose. Today, putting off playing the game as long as I could, I drove back up that neighborhood to see if the old man came back, and as expected, the car was still gone and no one was home. As I walked back to my car, the man next door, mowing the grass, killed the power to his lawnmower and asked if I was looking for someone. I told him that I was looking to talk to an old man that lived there, to which he told me what I already know: he was moving. Trying a different avenue, I asked if the old man had any family or relatives that I could talk to. I discovered that this old man had never been married, nor did he have any children or grandchildren through adoption. Starting to become worried, I asked one final question, when I should have asked in the beginning: who's Ben? The man's expression turned grim, and I learned that 4 doors down, around 8 years ago, on April 23rd, the man informed me that it was the same day as his anniversary. That's how he knew the specific date. There was an accident with a young boy named Ben in the neighborhood. Shortly after, his parents moved, and despite any further attempts to talk to the man to get more information, he wouldn't divulge any. I went back and started playing again. I loaded up the game, and immediately I jumped at the title screen where the masks flew by. The sound that played was not the normal whoosh sound. It was something much more higher pitched. I pressed start, bracing for the worst, but just like 2 nights ago, the files Your Turn and Ben were displayed. Truth be told, I looked at the Ben file earlier. It seemed to fluctuate between displaying the owl save and not. I brought up the Ben file, hesitated for a moment, noticing that the stats were not the same as they originally were 2 days ago. It seemed like he had already completed the Stone Tower Temple this time. Summoning my courage, I selected it. Immediately, I was thrust into complete chaos. Sure enough, I was outside of Stone Tower Temple, but that's about all that was expected. The zone itself wasn't called Stone Tower Temple, but rather Stone. And immediately, a dialogue box of complete gibberish that I couldn't make out greeted me. Link's body was distorted. His back was cocked violently to the side where his posture was permanently disfigured. Link's expression was dull, almost monotonous. He had an expression on his face that I didn't recognize before. It was a blank look, as if he was dead. As Link stood there, his body spasmed irregularly back and forth. I examined what had become of my avatar and noticed that I had a C button item I had never seen before, some kind of note. But pressing it did nothing. Sounds played back and forth I didn't recognize from the game, almost demonic in nature, and there was some kind of high-pitched yip or some kind of laugh or something playing in the background. I had all of 2 minutes to take in the environment before another one of those fucking Elegy of Emptiness statues was summoned, and immediately after I was cut into the Dawn of a New Day screen. Except this time it was without the 111 subtext. I was a Deku scrub in Clocktown. This scene would normally play after the first time you traveled back in time. Talt would say, "What just happened?" It was as if everything has... But instead of saying, "started over," she finished her remark in a broken text as the laugh of the happy mask salesman played in the background. I was put back in control of my character, but from a fucked up camera angle. I was looking from behind the door to the clock tower, watching my avatar run around as a Deku scrub. Seeing as how I really had no place to go because I couldn't see anything, I begrudgingly went inside the door. There, I was greeted by the happy mask salesman, who simply told me, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" before the screen whited out. I was in Termina Field as a human again. I might as well not have been playing the game anymore. I was being warped around, and there was no sign of a day clock or anything. I took a moment to get my bearings as I looked around the field, and immediately I could tell that this was not normal. There was no enemies, and a twisted version of the Happy Mask Salesman theme was playing. I decided to run towards Woodfall before I noticed a gathering of 3 figures off to the side, one of them being Epona.
As I approached them, to my horror, I saw the happy mask salesman, the skull kid, and the Elegy of Emptiness statue just standing there. I figured maybe they were bugged out, but now I told myself that I should know better. Nevertheless, I approached them carefully and found that the skull kid was playing some kind of idle animation on loop. Same with Epona. The Elegy of Emptiness statue was doing what it had been doing all along, just standing there eerily. It was the happy mask salesman that scared me more profoundly than the other two. He was idle, wearing that shit-eating grin. But wherever I moved, his head slowly turned and followed me. I had not engaged in any dialogue, nor was I in combat with him, yet his head still continued to follow my movements. Reminded of my first encounter with the Skull Kid on top of Clock Tower, I pulled out my ocarina, to which the game played the ding sound when you were supposed to play your ocarina, and I tried a song I hadn't played yet. The Happy Mask Salesman's own song, and the song that had been playing on loop back on day 4, the Song of Healing. I finished playing the song, and as I did, an ear-piercing shriek blasted on my TV. The sky immediately started flashing. The Happy Mask Salesman twisted theme song sped up, intensifying the fear inside me, and Link exploded into flames and died. The 3 figures stayed lit up during my death screen as they watched my lifeless body burn. I can't describe to you how sudden and terrifying the transition from eerie to terror it is. You're going to have to watch the video if you want to see it firsthand. That same fear that caused me to lose sleep 2 days ago started to grip me again, as I was met with the text, "You've met with a horrible fate, haven't you?" for the 3rd time. There has to be some sort of meaning behind it. I had little time to ponder, as I was immediately given another small cutscene transforming into a Zora, and now I found myself in the Great Temple Bay. Hesitant but curious to see what the game had in store for me, I slowly made my way towards the beach where I found Epona. I wondered why the game had decided to put her here. Was the game implying that she was trying to get a drink? Unable to take the mask off, I decided that riding the steed wasn't the reason why she was placed there. Suddenly I realized that Epona kept neighing, and the way she was angled made it look like she was trying to signal a point to me off in the distance. It was a hunch. But I dove into Great Bay and started swimming. Sure enough, I almost missed it. I found something at the bottom of the ocean. One last Elegy of Emptiness statue. I went down to examine it, and suddenly my Zora started doing a choking animation. I had never seen a Zora do that, which doesn't even make any sense because Zoras can breathe underwater. Regardless, my character choked to death and died. And again, the statue was the only thing that was highlighted during my death. I didn't respawn this time. I was booted back to the main menu as if I restarted the console. The press start screen was before me. I knew the only reason why it would put me here is because the save file had changed again. Taking a deep breath, I pressed start, and I was right. The new save files told me about Ben. Now it made sense why the statue appeared when I tried to go to the laundry pool. The game must have anticipated how I would have tried to escape day 4. The 2 save files told me his fate. As I suspected, Ben was dead. He had drowned. The game obviously isn't through with me. It taught me with the new save files. It wants me to keep playing. It wants me to go further, but I'm done with this shit. I'm not touching any more of the files. This is already way too horrifying for me, and I don't even believe in the paranormal. But I'm running out of explanations. Why would someone send me this message? I don't understand it. I just get too depressed thinking about this. The footage is up here for those who want to see it and try and analyze it. Maybe there's some kind of coded message in the gibberish or something symbolic in what I went through. I'm too emotionally and mentally drained to fuck with it anymore. I know it's early in the morning. I've stayed up all night. I can't sleep. I don't care if people see this. It's not the point. I just want the word to get spread so that I don't suffer for nothing. I've lost the will to type about this. The less I dwell on this, the better. I think the video just speaks for itself. I did what you guys told me to do. I played the Elegy of Emptiness song at the first prompt by the game I was given, but I think that's what the game, or Ben, Jesus Christ, I can't believe I'm even humoring that absurd idea, wanted me to do. He's following me now. Not just in the game, he's in my dreams. I see him all the time, behind my back, just following me. I haven't gone to any of my classes. I stayed in my dorm room with the windows closed and the blinds shut. That way I know he can't watch me, but he still gets me when I play. When I play, he can still see me. The game is scaring me now. It's talked to me for the first time, not just using text that's already in the game. It spoke to me. It talked to me. It referenced Ben. It talked to me. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it wants. I never wanted this. I just want my old life back. Stuff like this doesn't happen to people like me. I'm just a kid, not even old enough to drink yet. It's not fair. I want to go home. I want to see my parents again, and I'm so far away from home here at school. I want to hug my mom again. I just want to forget the statue's horrible blank face, my original game files back, just the way I left it before it was gone. I don't want to play anymore. I feel like something bad will happen if I don't, but that's impossible. It's a video game. Haunted or not, it can't hurt me, right? Like, seriously, though, it can't, right? That's what I keep telling myself, but every time I think about it, I'm not so sure.
Let me just clear things up. I know you guys are worried, but Chad Usable is okay. He finished moving out today, and he said he's going back home. He's just taking this semester off. I'm not really sure what's happened. I have a vague idea, but you guys probably know more than I do. I'm Chad Usable's roommate, and obviously, I knew something was wrong with him for a few days now. He stayed in his room all the time, fell out of contact with literally all of his friends, and I'm pretty sure he hadn't been eating hardly anything. After the second day, I couldn't stay in there anymore, so I've been crashing at a buddy's place, only coming into my room to get stuff that I need. I tried talking to him several times. He would cut me off or keep the conversation brief when I asked him about his strange behavior. It was like he was convinced something was hunting him. Yesterday, I came to grab my philosophy book, and he approached me, looking awful, like horrible bags under his eyes. He handed me a flash drive and gave me specific instructions. He told me that he needs me to do one last favor for him. He finally explained to me what's been going on, gave me account info to his YouTube account, and told me he's getting away from here, that it lured him to play it again, instead of trying to change things, and that he shouldn't have done that, and to upload the footage and inform people what happened. I told him that he could do it himself, and he got this wild look in his eyes, and told me that he is never looking at that game again. And that's the last thing he said to me. He never even said bye when his parents came to pick him up. I never even got to meet his parents. I honestly can't tell you what happened. When he spoke, it was kind of hard to understand him, and his fucked up appearance really distracted me. On the flash drive, there was footage of the game last night, a text document with his name, and a password for YouTube, and a third document called thetruth.txt, containing what he told me were his notes that he'd taken. He told me that this meant everything to him, that I follow his instructions exactly. Normally it wouldn't be so to the letter for a request over a fucking video game, but the way he spoke, the way he looked, made me know this was really serious, and I'm going to honor that. I've had this video since yesterday, but had to have someone help me use Pinnacle. That's not really my forte. That after watching it, I had to go back through and look at his other videos on his YouTube account to realize what was going on, and even then, I'm really confused. The video I'm releasing tonight, thetruth.txt, will be released on September 15th, just like he requested. I haven't dared peek at it yet. For the first time I see it, will be the first time you see it, out of respect to my friend. To answer your questions, no. I haven't tried calling him yet. I think I'll give him a call tomorrow, see if he's okay or not. He should have gotten back home by now. About the video. In this video I cut straight to when he loaded the bin file, in the game. Looking back, I realized that AudionicMusic left the save select screen in because it said different names sometimes. So my bad for that. But all it said this time was the same at the end of his last video. Link and Ben. Nothing different. I wasn't there when he played it, but it looks to me like in the beginning, when he first spawns, he's testing out his equipment or seeing what items he has or something. Because apparently they changed randomly before. And after that, I just think the game got too personal for him.
September 6th. Can't believe what happened. Not sure if this is some kind of elaborate hoax. The fear, I can't help but be exceptionally curious about the who or what is the statue. A lot of questions here. I'm starting this document as a diary so I can keep track of everything. I'm typing up a summary of what happened so that I can come back to it later. September 7th, 2:10 a.m. Summary was posted here. 4:25 a.m. I can't sleep. I've been trying so hard, but the harder I try to get more sleep, the more restless I get. I just feel like the statue is appearing whenever I close my eyes. 8:20 a.m. Didn't sleep at all. Gotta start my day. I don't think I have the energy to go to class today. I'm gonna drive back down to talk to that old man. Taking my buddy Tyler with me just in case. 1:18 p.m. Back home now. No sign of the old man. Really weird that he appears to be moving the next day, but maybe the for sale sign is up there yesterday and I just didn't notice it. Tyler wants to know what's gotten me all worked up. I didn't tell him. 3:46 p.m. Could have sworn. Driving back from Subway, I saw the Ellie statue buried in some shrubbery. Staring at me go by. Now I definitely need sleep. 5 p.m. Don't think a lot of people would believe me if I told them about what's happening. I think I'm going to try posting that on the internet. I think I'll just use the summary. Those notes are pretty sporadic. 6 p.m. Connected my capture card to my computer to upload the footage. Thought my computer froze for a second. Maybe those strange popping sounds when I hooked everything up, but now it seems to be working again. My computer can't die on me now. 7 p.m. Footage is finally uploaded. The quality is a lot better than I thought it would be. Hey, this is all really special cartridge. Never had it come through this clear before. 8:45 p.m. Thought I saw an icon pop up on my desktop that looked like a statue's face for a split second. Gave me quite a scare. Getting really unnerved and delirious. I'm gonna crash after this. 9 p.m. Begin uploading my YouTube video on an alternate account. 9:03. I don't remember having uploaded a Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines video last year. Probably the account that I shared with a friend of mine last summer. Hope he doesn't mind me using it to upload this. 9:55 p.m. Posting my summary of day 4 with a link to the YouTube video. Gonna try to stay awake, but I'm so tired right now. September 8th, 10:48 a.m. I had a dream about that statue. I dreamt that it was following me. It'd be minding my own business. When I feel my neck hair stand up on end, I would turn that thing. That horrible, lifeless statue would be staring with those empty eyes right at me. Merely inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben. Power of suggestion, most likely, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. 11:21 a.m. I really don't want to play this game again. I think I'm going to go back to see if that old man's there instead. 1:35 p.m. No man, but I had an interesting conversation with his neighbor. I'll post the full thing in my summary for tonight's attempt at playing the game. I'm going to wait for a bit, though, and see if I can dig up any information on this Ben guy. 2:45 p.m. I've been getting random, inexplicable headaches due to the lack of sleep. Keep hearing that song on my head. Also, it's a flu season, so I need to be careful not to get sick. My immune system is going to be shit right now because of that all-nighter. 3:02 p.m. My computer just, on its own, opened up a text document and wrote the words hi and cleverbot.com by itself. What the fuck? 3:46 p.m. I went to the website, one of those bot chatting programs. I think it's best if I just let the conversation speak for itself. Hello?
Hello.
Who is this and how are you able to control my computer?
Who am I?
Right. Forgot. You're a bot.
Do you really think that?
Okay. I know whoever's fucking with my computer can see my screen right now. Yeah. And I'll wager that you're one of those IT kids who thinks he's tough shit. You know what you're doing right now is illegal, right?
Is it?
No shit. Are you familiar with the term invasion of privacy? Get the fuck off my computer, kid.
I am your computer.
Cool story. Anyway, I'm calling DPS. You picked a bad time to fuck with me, kid.
Should I wait until you play the game again?
What?
That game.
Majora's Mask?
Yes.
How did you know about that?
Because
Because what?
I did it.
Did what?
I played with you.
What the fuck?
Were you scared?
Who the fuck is this?
Ben.
The statue? You're inside my computer now?
Yes.
How?
You connected me.
How the hell did I connect you?
Cables and cords.
How?
Tell me about yourself.
What?
Tell me about yourself.
What do you mean?
What is it that really scares you?
What the fuck?
Answer.
No.
Answer.
What the fuck? How the fuck do you just open that by yourself?
I am your computer now.
How much can you control?
All.
What do you want from me?
To entertain.
You're stuck inside there. You can't hurt me.
Ha.
What?
Go play.
No, you can't hurt me.
Took you longer to type that.
So?
You're not sure.
If you're so powerful, why use a ridiculous website like this to chat with me?
Less messy. More structure. Fun.
Fun.
Yes. Tradition. I like it.
You think it's funny?
Amusing.
And my notes?
You may write them down.
Why are you letting me?
It is amusing to see what you think of me.
3:50 p.m. What have I done? I invited it into my computer. I continue to write these notes, write my summaries. I feel like I'm a prisoner in my one place of security. I don't know. I don't know if I'm hallucinating or not. I feel like I'm fucking insane right now. I feel it watching over me. Even as I type this, Ben is controlling everything in the game, toying with me, leading me like a sheep. But for what? What's the purpose? I know Ben drowned. But why these hauntings? The fuck am I even doing? 7:18 p.m. Ben called me to Cleverbot again. Tells me that he's sorry and he wants to be free and that I can free him, that just like he got into my computer from the capture card, he can spread, but he needs my help. He says that I'm special because I can help him. That's the first nice thing he said. He promises to leave me alone if I do it. He swears he will. I don't know what to think right now. How can I even trust this thing? 7:20 p.m. I'm terrified of it. And now it's saying that it was just having fun. It's twisted and fucked up version of fun. He's saying that the game's over. I do want it to be over. He says that he just wants to be free, that he's trapped in the cartridge in my computer and he wants to be freed. I don't want to have to deal with this shit. I don't know how long I can deal with it. Watching me at every move, every keystroke, I have nothing private anymore. It knows everything that's been on my computer. It tells it if it wanted to, it could do horrible things to me, but it hasn't. So I should trust it. 8 p.m. Something tells me that I'm being played again. And just like last time. 9:29 p.m. Ben is calling me to Cleverbot again. I ignored it. I went to go take a shower. When I came back to my laptop, I was welcomed with an image of the LG statue staring at me with those dead eyes. I don't want to talk to him. 9:44 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 9:56 p.m. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking. 10:06. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 10:12. Fuck you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. 10:46. It's been more than a half an hour and the messages have stopped. Ben has stopped. I'm beginning to think that Ben isn't confined to just my computer. in the cartridge. I'm beginning to feel something. It's hard to explain. I've never been spiritual, but there's something different about the air. Something different about the air in my room. 11:42 p.m. I'm beginning to see the Elegy statue randomly as I search the internet in places I shouldn't. Places where he shouldn't be. I'd be scrolling down and suddenly I'd be staring at a picture of the Elegy statue. Always the Elegy statue. I don't know how much more of this I can take. September 9th, 2010. 12:35 a.m. My worst fears confirmed. Ben has tampered with my summary of ben.wmv. I looked at the summary that I posted on various forums of the ben.wmv file, and parts have been omitted. There's no mention of Ben existing outside the game. There's no mention of the Moon Children. How could he have been that quick to delete the post without me noticing? I'm wondering if maybe it appeared to me that I was posting everything, but in reality, Ben was posting his own censored version. I'm gonna ask Ben why he did it. 12:50 a.m. He isn't responding to me on Cleverbot, just gives me the generic responses I usually get. I'm just talking to a bot this time. 1:24 a.m. I think Ben is mad at me. 10:43 a.m. The Moon Children appeared in my dream last night. They lifted up their masks to reveal their hideously disfigured faces, maggots crawling out of their orifices, sunk in black holes where their eyes should be, a yellow smile that slowly grew bigger and bigger as they came closer to me. They told me that they wanted to play. I tried to run from them, but the 4 children pinned me down to the ground with surprising strength. Over them stood the happy mask salesman, announcing that he had a new mask that he wanted me to try. In his spastic, sudden movements matching his in-game appearance, he took out a mask modeled off of someone's face that I couldn't recognize, a younger-looking face, and handed it to the Moon Children. Giggling, they latched it to my face, their horrible broken bodies bouncing up and down. 2 of them held me down while the other 2 began to sew my face into the mask. My shrieks and screams caused the happy mask salesman's face to turn into a most horrific smile. He sporadically moved around, examining the procedure like a curious doctor. In that impossible movement, I flailed around, but it was no use. My eyes rolled into the back of my head because of the pain. It felt so real, but I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up no matter how hard I tried. I couldn't wake up. After the mask was melded into my flesh, they began sewing my legs together. Then my arms. The horrific feeling of a needle puncturing your legs and pulling them in, rupturing your Achilles tendons and tying them together, resonating through my entire body. I tried to scream, but the mask was pressed so tightly against my face that it was my new face. And my new face had no mouth. I didn't make a sound. I tried telling myself in my head that I was dreaming, tried telling myself again and again, and suddenly the Moon Children stopped and looked at me. They just stared, and the happy mask salesman slowly bent down and stared at me, inches away from my face, and grinned. And he simply said, "You've met the terrible fate, haven't you?" Before the Moon Children resumed with increased vigor, I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up. It wouldn't let me wake up until they had crafted me into another Elegy statue. I woke up sweating, crying, and shaking uncontrollably. I immediately ran to my computer and went for Ben. Answer me, Ben.
Welcome back.
What is the point of doing this? Why?
Amusing to see.
How?
Fun to play. Fun to toy with you. Make you feel safe. I wonder how you would react.
To what?
If I hadn't revealed myself to you and stayed hidden, only doing little things to play with you. Close out your windows, turn off your computer, move your mouse by itself. Little things. Make you wonder if I'm there, but you never know. Give you little hints that I am. I wanted to do something different with you.
You did this before?
Yes. And I will do it again.
To who, Ben?
Hmm.
Did you know, Ben?
Won't tell that information to you.
How did Ben die?
You know.
No. But how did he drown?
Won't tell that to you.
Why?
It is reserved for another.
Who?
Another who asks,
When?
later.
I'm beginning to think that this thing, maybe it isn't Ben at all. In a sadistic nature, I wouldn't be surprised if it took the boy's name after it killed him. 12:04 p.m., my room is beginning to feel different again. There's something out there. I feel really threatened, like there's something that's trying to reach out to me and strangle me, but I can't quite get there. 12:46 p.m. I think Ben doesn't want me to play with him anymore. I'll play later. I'll play the game again. Ben, can you see this? I'll play the game again. Please, just stop this. Please. Okay, please. 1:41 p.m. I'm going insane trying to decide what's real and what isn't. Is Ben just playing a trick on me, or is this for real? Is Ben generating these replies, or are people actually posting them? Did I just see that screen flicker, or was it just my imagination? Imagine depending on the internet and trusting your eyes for your entire life and then being blinded. You can't rely on it anymore. You second guess everything. For the brief moments I am looking at my responses to the videos, people were pointing out things that looked fake or photoshopped or whatever. There was literally no way of me knowing if Ben changed something on purpose to try to shut me up, or maybe those replies were just constructed by Ben to try and discourage me from even reaching out. See? You see, I get fucking caught in an infinite mindfuck loop. Like this, and this is what's been wearing on my sanity and pushing me to the edge, and I'm writing this. There's no way of even telling if anyone cares as much as I think they do. Just another fucking trick. Does this whole document even exist? Am I writing nothing? Am I writing nothing? What is it? What's the point of playing? I die whenever I do anything.
You die because you can't figure out the secret.
What?
Thematic.
What the fuck are you talking about?
There. Beauty in your suffering.
4:09 p.m. Ben is making me play the game again. It tells me that it has something very important to show me. September 10th, 10:52 a.m. The drown.wmv playthrough was up when I woke up today. I remember typing it up, but I don't ever remember posting it. He censored it again. There was no mention of the old man. I have no voice anymore. I'm only posting what he wants me to. I am the mask he uses to disguise himself as he lies. 11:55 a.m. There's an entire video summary of a video that I don't remember doing. Reading through the summary, it sounds morbid, resembling my dream from 2 nights ago, except on a far more sadistic scale. These moon children, there's something more to them. Almost as if there's another entity from Ben. Something happened last night that I can't remember. I'm posting the 4th summary to the forums now. Shadow of my chair moved. 12 p.m. Ben won't let me visit YouTube. I can browse the rest of the sites, but he keeps on exiting the window when I go to YouTube. Why? 2:02 p.m. I'm feeling the air starting to constrict. I don't think I'm alone here. Whatever aura has been here is getting more violent. 2:44 p.m. Trying to contact Ben on Cleverbot. He's not responding. I just get the AI. 3:51 p.m. My ears aren't fooling me. I'm hearing the reverse song of healing. I keep hearing it. 4:22 p.m. Now I'm positive of it. Earlier I thought it was a weird coincidence, but just now I opened up my window and 3 floors down at ground level I saw the old man. I'm completely positive I did. The same guy. He was just staring up at my window, standing in the middle of the campus. If students took notice of him, they didn't seem to acknowledge it. There's still some things about this whole experience that doesn't seem to make sense. And again, I never really was good at figuring out these kinds of puzzles. Not exactly in the right state of mind to. I've given you all the pieces of the puzzle for you to analyze and piece together the missing links. I'm typing up these closing thoughts on the library computer on campus, and I'm emailing myself the notes I have stored on my infected computer for the last 4 days. I'm going to copy and paste these notes with the closing and opening that I've typed up here on a safe public computer into one document. I'm not taking any chances spreading Ben. I would not wish this horrible torment on anyone, and I made sure to have my bases covered here. I didn't run into any problems with Ben when I was back on my computer trying to email myself the notes. Went right under his fucking nose. He has no idea what he just let me do. He has no problems opening the text documents from my infected computer in my email either. I can't describe to you how it feels to finally get the word out on this post. The nightmare ends here. That being said, don't download any of my videos or anything about my videos through a YouTube video audio ripper, screen grab, whatever. I don't know how he spreads, but I know that just watching them on YouTube, reading my text won't be able to allow him to spread. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed my help in the first place. But I strongly recommend you don't take anything you see streaming online onto your own personal computer. Again, even though I don't know you, this is a sort of bittersweet for me. This semester, I didn't really have any friends, or rather, I stopped paying attention to them. But I suppose that's partially to blame because I'm the genius who picked to live in a single. I suppose someone to get a hold of me and save me before I got too immersed into the game would have literally saved my life. However, it proved too much for me. I'm just glad it happened to me and I could get the warning out so that Ben dies here. And lastly, thank you for taking the time to open this and open yourselves up to me by hearing my story despite maybe not believing me. You didn't have to do that. Really, you shouldn't have. Your support this entire time has kept me going. And now, I'm finally free. I woke up abruptly, sweat dripping from my brow. I could feel the presence again. His presence. I looked around my room. I know I'm being watched. It's not anywhere to be seen. Damn. This is the third night in a row I've been awoken like this. The fear is starting to take over my mind. Something out there is stalking me. Something wants me. But I should back up and tell this from the beginning. I'm 16 years old and moved into this house with my family 7 years ago. It's about 30 minutes outside of town, so we're fairly isolated. My parents love living out here. They say it's peaceful and pretty, and I hate it. Not as much during the day as during the night. I've always been scared of the dark. It's my #1 phobia. I hate not being able to see, and out here at night, there's no light other than the moon and stars. No warm, comforting glow of street lamps, no headlights slowly moving up and down the streets, just a hazy darkness. And it's especially dark during the new moon. And that's when I first encountered it. That thing. I have a bunch of friends over, and after dark, we all decided to play some airsoft capture the flag. There was a new moon, which made it especially dark and creepy. No light pierced the inky blackness, except for the flashlight on the barrel of our airsoft pistols, and the occasional zip of glow in the dark airsoft pellets flying at their targets. We were all having a great time. I had grabbed the other team's flag and was rushing back to my base when I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A scream of terror, coming from about 30 feet to my right. A flash of white was rushing away from the sound. I changed direction and rushed towards the noise, aiming my flashlight at the source of the sound. My friend Jacob was sitting in the dirt, holding his bleeding leg, obviously in pain. The cut was deep. Another friend, Matt, and I rushed him inside, where we sat on the edge of the bathtub and began to wash and dress the cut. We asked him what happened. Some creature had scratched him. He didn't get a good look at it, but just saw a flash of white. At first, I assumed that it was just a possum or something. That was before I saw it again. The second time, I was alone. It was the middle of the night, not a new moon, thankfully, but still eerie. And I had insomnia, a rather common problem for me. It was 2 a.m., and I had given up all hope of getting any sleep, so I was downstairs in the living room and popped in a DVD. As I lay on the couch, my mind lost in the world of Inception, one of my dogs started barking. I thought nothing of it. Barking in the middle of the night is basically a routine for them. And my other dog joined in. No big deal. But I noticed something. The bark was a lot more menacing than usual. It was more of a guttural, growling bark. The bark dogs make when threatened. And I turned on the back porch light and stepped outside, creeped out. I called for them. Jake! Zoe! Come here! And I saw what they were barking at. It looked like a human crouched there in the grass. It was probably around 4 feet tall, with bare, pale skin and long, bony limbs. I studied it for about 5 seconds, and it stared back at me. I'll never forget its eyes, dark, almost like empty sockets. Its cold gaze washed over me, as if it was sizing me up. And I slowly started to move towards me. I was almost paralyzed by fear, but was able to get back into the house. I locked the door behind me and rushed to my parents' room. They were convinced that I had a nightmare, but I know the truth. This was the first time that I had fully seen the creature that would soon push me to the brink of sanity. I didn't see that thing again for quite some time. I started to think that maybe my parents were right and it was just a dream. I was really sleep deprived after all, but deep down inside I knew that I had seen something. But a few weeks ago, I was on some website with my friend Derek, and I saw a picture that shocked me. It was my creature, the one that I had seen. The website claimed that this creature was called the Rake, that it stalks and mauls its victims. The moment I saw the article, my blood ran cold. Could I have really seen this creature? The thought haunted me, refusing to leave my mind. I saw it again for the first time in months last week. I had woken up in the middle of the night again. Immediately, I felt that something was wrong. The house was too quiet. I felt very unsettled. I got out of bed, walked to the window, and raised the blinds. It was very dark outside, but I could make something out. The creature was outside, scratching at something on the ground. Immediately, I opened my window and yelled at the thing. It looked up at me, caught my eyes for a moment, and then rushed off, crawling on all fours very close to the ground. When I went to see what it was scratching at the next morning, I found something that still chills me to the bone. The mangled, half-eaten corpse of my dog, Zoe. My parents think that it was a mountain lion, but I know the truth. This so-called Rake, bastard creature, he killed my dog. The last few nights have been terrifying. I've woken up in a cold sweat each night, knowing that the damn thing is watching me. I feel its presence. I know that it wants me now, and I have no idea what to do. I'm terrified beyond belief, and I'm helpless. My parents keep telling me I'm imagining things, but I'm not. Damn it, I know what I've seen, and I know that it wants me. That's why I'm recording this at 3 in the morning. If anything happens to me, I want people to know what. I'll update as soon as something else happens. May 2nd, 2012. The last week was a whirlwind of terror. I'm constantly in fear now. I know it's always watching me around every corner, everywhere I go. Every night I feel its presence, some nights more than others, and I don't know exactly what it wants from me, but it is wanting something. I saw it again for the first time in a week today. I stayed home sick. I still feel like shit, and I think it's making me sick. I'm lying on the couch, watching TV, constantly looking over my shoulder because I know that he's always watching me. And I have a shotgun by my side, a benefit of living in the country. I got it from the garage. It's loaded in case the thing would, which I've decided to call the rake, tries to attack. I knew it would soon. I heard a noise outside and cocked my gun. I stepped outside to investigate. Nothing. Damn it. I decided to patrol the perimeter of the house, just in case. Walked all the way around. And nothing. I stepped back inside. The smell hit me. It was the stench of death. Rotting. I held the gun out in front of me, slowly made my way up the stairs, and turned the corner into my room. It was crouching in the corner, facing away from me. It slowly tilted its head towards me. Then it spoke. It was a high, shrill voice. I'm not sure exactly what it said to me. I didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, but it moved almost at superhuman speed and barreled into me, knocking me down. I saw it jump off our second-floor balcony to the living room floor. I charged out of my door. My arm was bleeding bad, so I grabbed a shirt, pushed it into my arm to try to stop the blood. I rushed outside, the gun still in my hand. It was gone. "Go to hell!" I screamed. I stepped back inside and saw the blood. Not my blood. Its blood. I grabbed the dog that it hadn't killed, Jake, put his nose to the blood. He picked up the scent, started moving towards the woods near my house. I didn't think twice, and followed. We rushed through the woods, around a mile away from the house. Jake started to whimper. I sent him back. This was my job. I started to explore the area, my fingers twitching on the trigger, terrified. After about an hour of searching, I saw something weird. A small area of ground that was different. It seemed covered up. I walked over and swept away the grass. I was right. There was a board under the grass. I pulled up the board, exposing a hole. A rusty old ladder led down. Against all better judgment, curiosity got the better of me, and I slung the shotgun over my back and lowered myself down. I was in a tunnel. It wasn't well lit. A few candles, but it was light enough to see a blood-smeared wall. The smell was awful. I could see paintings on the wall, disturbing things, stuff I never wanted to see. I walked through, towards the source of more light, and I could see a sort of room. And when I stepped in it, I wanted to throw up. There was animal parts all over the floor. On the walls. This must be its feeding room. I turned around, retching. There it stood. Right behind me. It reached towards me. And I blacked out. I woke up in my room. About 30 minutes ago. Alone. No cut on my arm. No blood anywhere. Decided to record everything while it's still fresh in my mind. Parents still aren't home. It's dark outside. I'm terrified to leave my room now. Maybe it didn't happen. Maybe I'm going insane. Paranoia is here to stay. I realize what the rake had to say in my room now. When he talked to me, it was wanting sacrifice. Mom, Dad, if you hear this, after I'm gone, just get the hell away. I don't know where to, but just leave this place. May 7th, 2012. It's over now. He's satisfied. Sacrifice is made. And I'm alone. He was with me. Three nights. He just stands next to my bed, watches me, and sometimes he'll whisper to me. He told me that he wanted sacrifice. Bloody sacrifice. He said I just had to do it. I knew he was right. They didn't matter to me. I could be alone. My parents thought I was just going crazy. Little did they know. Little did they know, so last night I told him. I told him that I'd do it. And I'd give him a sacrifice. Good sacrifice, so he'll be happy. I told him to come with me. I wanted to show them the spot that I had found. They walked with me. Walked to the rake's hole, and I opened it up. I opened it up, and I pulled out a gun. I told them to get into it. They asked me what I was doing, so I told them that he wanted to see them, and they went into the hole, and we walked through the tunnel. She was crying, and then Mr. Rake comes out of his hiding place, and he looks at me with his black eyes, and he smiled. And then he killed them. Oh, yeah, I mean, they screamed a little bit, but I didn't care. He was happy now. He pointed at the hole, and I knew that it was time for me to leave. And I'm back home now. I'm all alone in my dark room, and I'm not scared of the dark anymore. I mean, I like the dark. It reminds me of my friend. Of my friend, the Rake. I mean, I'm okay, Sam. I'm okay. Damn it, I'm not okay. I led my parents to their death. I'm crazy. God, I have the gun to my head now. I'm gonna pull the trigger. I'm looking across my room, and he's crouching there, smiling at me, telling me to do it. He's still hungry. He wants one more sacrifice. And I'm gonna give it to him. Goodbye.
I had recently spawned a new world in single-player Minecraft. Everything was normal at first. As I began chopping down trees and crafting a workbench, I noticed something move against the dense fog. I have a very slow computer, so I have to play with a tiny render distance. I thought it was a cow, so I pursued it, hoping to grab some hides for armor. It wasn't a cow, though. Looking back at me was another character with a default skin. But his eyes were empty. I saw no name pop up, and I double-checked to make sure that I wasn't in multiplayer mode. He didn't stay long. He looked at me and quickly ran into the fog. I pursued out of curiosity, but he was gone. I continued on with the game, not sure what to think. As I expanded into the world, I saw things that seemed out of place. Like for the random map generator to make 2x2 tunnels in the rocks. Small, perfect pyramids made out of sand in the ocean. And groves of trees with all their leaves cut off. I would constantly think I saw the other player in the deep fog, but I never got a better look at him. I tried increasing my render distance to far whenever I thought I saw him, but to no avail. I saved the game and went onto the forums to see if anyone else had found that pseudo-player. There were none. I created my own topic telling of the man and asking if anyone had any similar experiences. The post was deleted within 5 minutes. I tried again, and the topic was deleted even faster. I received a PM from the username Herobrine, containing one word: stop. When I went to go look at Herobrine's profile, the page 404'd. I received an email from another forum user. He claimed the mods can read the forum user messages, so we were safer using emails. The emailer claimed that he had seen the mysterious player too, and had a small directory of other users who had seen him as well. Their worlds were littered with obviously man-made features as well, and described the mystery player to have no pupils. About a month passed until I heard from my informant again. Some of the people who had encountered the mysterious player had looked into the name Herobrine and found that name to be frequently used by a Swedish gamer. After some further information gathering, it was revealed to be the brother of Notch, the game's developer. I personally emailed Notch and asked him if he had a brother. It took him a while, but he emailed me back a very short message. I did. But he's no longer with us. I haven't seen the mysterious man since our first encounter. And I haven't noticed any changes to the world other than my own. I was able to press print screen when I first saw him. It was the only evidence of his existence.
Every area in all parts of the world have those area-specific urban legends that just refuse to die. I mean, whether the stories are about a haunted asylum on the outskirts of the city, or a creature that lives in the nearby woods, or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside of town, there's always a common thread within the tales. No one has ever been to these places, or seen the creatures, or witnessed any hauntings with their own eyes. There are members of every generation who will proclaim that they know someone whose brother's best friend's sister went to that haunted house with 13 floors that used real blood and snakes and spiders, and is so scary that no one has ever made it all the way through. Those same people will swear by these stories without ever being able to provide a shred of evidence or a name of someone who could provide proof of those claims, simply because everybody around here knows that it's a true story. The storytellers eventually pass the tales on to their children, who modify them just enough to keep up with the changing times. And the cycle continues. I'm skeptical as anyone when it comes to these stories, seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for more terrifying stories about whatever area of the country that I was living in at the time. I made up and spread stories about haunted pizza parlors in New York, my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my grandfather encountered a feral, human-like demon creature in the woods of Colorado. I even broke the one rule with these stories and put myself into them. I mean, this took guts, in hindsight, because I had to make sure that I always told the same story the exact same way. Surprisingly, no one ever called my bluff. I like to think that I've had some wonderful contributions to various urban legends around the Midwest and northeastern states. I moved around a lot. There was always a surge of joy whenever I would wander the halls of the school and hear one of my classmates retelling my stories to another one of their friends, adding little bits here and there like a massive game of telephone. I know, of course, that the stories were complete fiction, but I stood my ground whenever someone asked me about them. I would even manage to act a little bit, speaking with a shaky voice or looking scared when I would recount a situation that I supposedly experienced myself. I suppose this aspect of my childhood has led to my current predicament, which I will recount in full, for the internet to take from it as they will. I've laid this introduction out as sort of a disclaimer, aimed partially at those who will call my story into question. I've been like the boy who cried wolf for years, but I assure you with every ounce of honesty and integrity that this time, the wolf is real. From my introduction, it's probably apparent that I moved around the country quite a bit in my middle and high school years. Now, neither of my parents had anything to do with the branches of the armed forces. They simply didn't tend to hang around any given place for too long. I suppose it had some sort of effect on me, but I wasn't hurt by it, or anything of the sort. Growing up, I was a complete ham. I made friends very easily, and was very often the class clown, and because of that, was often disliked by my teachers. Again, this was never an issue, as I would usually be in another state by the time that the next semester rolled around. And my friendships were often fleeting, as were any positive relationships that I ever had with my teachers. Because of this, the events that followed, my memory of one teacher in particular is probably slightly skewed. But I'll attempt to give the least biased version of our friendship that I can. Mr. Mays was one of my social studies teachers in the early years of my high school experience. Being older now, I can understand how horrible children are to deal with around that age, and I respect him to no end for the way that he was able to connect with his students. He seemed like one of us. He talked like us, made pop culture references that were current, listened to cool music, and sometimes he would even say hell or damn while he was giving a passionate lecture about Native American history or something like that. And a teacher that swore, even a little bit, was the epitome of cool. My memories of Mr. Mays mostly stem from the way that he really got into anything that he was doing. The instance that's still very vivid in my mind was, of course, around Halloween of my sophomore year. Mr. Mays had the typical teacher decorations around the classroom. Smiling jack-o'-lanterns and black cat cartoons, and typical and boring in the minds of egotistical high school students. However, on the 31st of October, when most other teachers were rolling their eyes at the fact that teenagers still took dressing up in costumes on Halloween seriously, Mr. Mays took the whole cool teacher thing to a new level. We walked into the classroom and were surprised to find the blinds drawn, sheets over the smaller windows, candles lighting the room, and a single, frowning jack-o'-lantern sitting on a stool in front of the desks. Mr. Mays sat at his desk just watching the students come into the class and take their seats. He didn't have to ask anyone to be quiet because the moment everyone walked in the room, they were either too excited to care about any kind of petty conversations or too confused to bother with them. The students took their seats as Mr. Mays began his lecture. He spoke quietly to set the mood and took a seat in a chair right next to the jack-o'-lantern in the center of the room. Today is probably my favorite day of the year, class, he said in a monotonous voice. Halloween is my favorite holiday, and I want to share with you exactly why I love it so much. One girl raised her hand with a concerned look on her face. I'm pushing the due date of your papers to next Tuesday, said Mr. Mays without bothering to look at the girl, who slowly put her hand back down, looking around at the other students, with a hint of embarrassment. The class erupted into quiet cheers, and Mr. Mays waited for the inevitable silence. He began his story immediately after the class had calmed down. I will attempt to recreate the amazing story that Mr. Mays told the class that day. The way in which he told the story rendered the horror junkie speechless, and the rest of the class terrified. The same girl that had her hand raised to ask about the paper was holding her knees to her chest by the end of it, a look of terror on her face. The important thing to know was what the story was about. The specifics slip my mind now and aren't really too relevant. I'll try to recount the parts of the story that matter the most, but don't hold me to it. Basically, Mr. Mays and his friends set out on a road trip around the country after graduating from college. They took a truck, loaded it with camping gear, and set out to sightsee for the entire summer. The group went from New Jersey down the coasts, Florida, New Orleans to California, up to Washington, and from there they went to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, and then back home to New York. Now, this concept of freedom to travel anywhere had the entire class hooked in an instant, and Mr. Mays was the coolest teacher ever in my eyes. Being adventurous college kids, the group didn't bring a map. There were no time constraints, so they just kind of drove in the general direction that they wanted to go, and eventually found a town to stay in or someplace that looked interesting. He told us that after spending a week in Colorado, he and his friends had to travel through miles and miles of corn, plains, and more corn. Well, he assumed that they would be in either Nebraska or Kansas when they decided to pool their cash and stay in a hotel for the night. They settled into a motel in some town that Mr. Mays could barely remember the name of, when one of his friends realized that they were somewhere near his grandfather's farm. He wasn't entirely sure where it was, but being adventurous college kids, they decided to get a quick refund from the motel and try to contact the friend's grandpa. They were unable to get a hold of the grandpa on the phone, so the group figured that it would be fun to just show up. I mean, Mr. Mays' friend was adamant that his grandpa would take them in and feed them without any moment of hesitation. So the group set out with an hour of sunlight, seeking the salvation of a comfortable house to stay in. In Kansas, or Nebraska, wherever it was that they were, there aren't a whole lot of natural markers that could guide a lost traveler. I mean, any directions given to someone who didn't live in the area are basically amount to go up the road a mile to the corn, take a right, and go down the dirt road to the other corn, and there should be some wheat on your right. So, as in the case in most scary stories, the group got lost. Never wanting to admit defeat, they drove into the night, making wrong turns every 5 minutes until they found themselves on a wooded road that Mr. Mays' friend was certain that his grandparents lived off of. Mr. Mays described the road as basically a dark path to hell. I wasn't entirely sure how true this was because he got very excited and a bit ridiculous with his explanation of the trees that almost tried to grab the car and the red eyes of countless animals looking at them from beyond the darkness. But regardless, the typical horror tropes worked for most of the class. Everyone was terrified. So the group of guys drove on this dark road for about 15 minutes before they came to a clearing and a small building with lights in it, and what seemed to be a silo. Well, they figured that at the very least, the people who lived here would be able to help them find where the guy's grandparents lived. The whole idea of everyone knows everyone in these hick parts of the country fueled this hope. And they pulled the car near the building, realizing when they were out of the car that it appeared to be like the kind of place where one would store a whole bunch of chickens, not actually a home. Still, the lights were on, so they figured that they would give it a try. So they approached the building as a group, looking in the semi-open sliding door to find a big, empty room. Hanging fluorescent lights lit the room like it was daytime. They couldn't see a soul. There were no cars. One of Mr. Mays' friends was convinced that he'd seen someone as they pulled up, so they decided to go inside and see if there was an office or something where someone might be working. I mean, why else would they have the huge place lit up like that? There were no doors on the inside of the building. Again, it was just a big, empty hall. So the group roamed around the property and over towards the silo. And as they got closer, they noticed what appeared to be a cellar door. At this point, I remember Mr. Mays telling the entire class to learn from his idiocy. He told us that
He hadn't seen many horror movies by this point, and didn't think twice about approaching a creepy cellar door in the middle of a dark, scary foreign place. He said that approaching the door was one of his biggest regrets. Mr. Mays let the whole class know that he was going to tell us as much as he deemed appropriate about the experience, and he felt that we were mature enough to handle it, but advised anyone that was squeamish to leave class early. Well, several students quickly gathered their things and walked to the door, a couple of them being stoners who saw this as an opportunity to smoke between classes. I didn't even give the announcement a second thought. I mean, like I said, I was, and am, a sucker for this kind of stuff. And Mr. Mays was telling a story better than anything I had ever conjured up. I wanted to learn from this guy, even though I didn't believe much of the story. After the class had thinned a bit, Mr. Mays continued with the story. He told the remaining few that he and his friends opened the cellar door, releasing a smell that he only described as the most putrid thing my senses have ever experienced. The group was no longer concerned with finding the owner of the property, but was now set on finding the source of that smell. They went down the steps into the cellar, which was lit by a single bulb spacing sporadically along the ceiling of a long hallway. No one spoke. Things had gotten too strange. The walls were lined with metal sheeting, similar to the roofing on farms, and the hallway itself was crooked, and the ceiling constantly lowered and rose, like a tunnel that was hastily dug and then never touched up. There were sections where the boys had to almost crouch in order to pass. The worst part, Mr. Mays told us, was that the light bulbs constantly flickered, sometimes acting like a strobe light, making it very difficult to move through the winding and unstable hallways. In hindsight, he was certain that his mind was playing tricks on him, but he remembered seeing flashes of things that couldn't be there. He said that when you're that focused on something, or if you're that nervous, your mind can do that to you. It can simply revolt, showing you things or people that aren't there. He continued to describe the hallway, and I was on the edge of my seat. The halls were winding and seemed to go on forever, and Mr. Mays guessed that they were somewhere under the creepy forest that they had driven through when they found a door, but he couldn't be sure of that. He said that they came upon a door after walking for what felt like a mile. It was simple and wooden, but it looked like it belonged outside of a suburban home. It had a nice design, seemed to be freshly painted red, and had a very nice knob and knocker on it. It was a door that belonged at the entrance of a nice house, not one that would be sitting in a dirt tunnel in the middle of nowhere. And his friend walked towards the door, moving carefully because of the flashing light bulb and increasing uncertainty about the stability of the surrounding walls. He turned to the group, the rest of which were nervous at the very least, and attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh before he said, "I should probably knock first." Mr. Mays' friend grabbed the steel knocker and hit it against the door several times, mockingly, but quietly uttering, "Is anyone home?" The group waited about 30 seconds before their tension broke. The guy next to the door shrugged his shoulders and went to walk back to his friends. But as he did, the light bulb between them surged and exploded. The boys shielded their eyes and looked back to their lone friend by the door. As he lowered his hands, one of the metal sheets of the makeshift roof dropped. The edge of the sheet fell directly into the boy's forehead, slicing it open and sending a wave of blood down his face. The impact apparently knocked him out, and he fell back against the door, knocking it open in the process. The entirety of the group rushed through the dim light to their friend, barely noticing the seemingly pitch-black room that now lay before them. Mr. Mays was the first to make it to his friend's side. He lifted the boy's head up onto his arms, immediately taking off his jacket and putting it over his forehead to attempt to stop the bleeding. Once the group had calmed down, Mr. Mays noticed that the arm that had been bracing his friend's forehead was soaking wet. He was confused about this, and was attempting to sort it out when one of his friends started talking. He said something along the lines of, the lights. We have to go. But Mr. Mays took notice. You know when you turn off the light, he told the class, and everything is almost pitch black except for the light of the bulb, dying out, cooling down. It was like that. But there were so many of them. At least 20 light bulbs had lit the room seconds ago, and now only looked like little stars in the darkness. That was definitely terrifying. But that wasn't the scariest thing. There was still a very dim light coming from the hallway behind them, and though it was weak, it lit up the room just enough to see the shape of tens of people standing less than 10 feet in front of them. Mr. Mays' friend went to say something else as one of the bulbs to their right flickered to life. Let me interrupt at this point and say that Mr. Mays was generally a playful guy. He had that tone of voice that makes you just want to respond. Basically, he could say, "Let's go jump off a cliff, guys," and you would want to respond with, "All right, Mr. Mays, show us the way." I mean, that's a ridiculous statement, but it gets the point across. He was a charismatic guy. The whole story up to this point had been told like a campfire story. He had the voice inflections of someone attempting to be mysterious and scary, which worked, but was noticeable. At this point in his tale, I recall that changing completely. He was no longer working to spook anyone. I could tell that this section was difficult for him. Either he was a very good actor, or it was really a terrifying memory for him to relive. He told us that the light bulb came to life and illuminated the group of people in front of him. In the dim light, he could see children, at least 20 of them in just the visible light. They were all dressed in nightgowns that looked to be tattered and torn, stained dark with something, and their hair was long. Every single one of them looked like they had not had a haircut since birth. Some of the children were almost completely obscured by the length of it. Every single one of them didn't appear to have had a shower or a nice bath in their entire life. Mr. Mays told us the most terrifying part of the whole thing was that none of the children were moving. They were all standing, staring, most of them only visible from the faint light reflecting off of their eyes. And his whole group was paralyzed with fear for several seconds when they heard what sounded like an animal in the distance yelping. The way it was described was like the sound of a dog crying multiplied by 10. Now this spurred the group to life just as the children began to step forward. His friends grabbed the injured one and lifted him out of the room and into the hallway in an instant. Mr. Mays took another second to move and had difficulty finding his bearings. He reached to his left in an attempt to find a wall to lean against and ended up finding a handle and then pulled hard, never losing his vision of the children. He bolted for the door right as he noticed what he was grabbing onto. A shower head protruded from a cement wall, reaching maybe a foot into the room. There was something leaking from it, but it was too dim to tell what it was. He realized it had been leaking onto him, but he didn't care. There were now children stammering towards him as an animal cried in the distance, and his friend was severely injured. As he left the room, he made a point to emphasize that he could make out several more shower heads on the wall near the single dim-lit bulb. This is why I call them the showers, Mr. Mays told the class. I was transfixed, sitting as far forward as my desk would allow, bracing for more. I slammed the red door behind me, he said, and ran through that hallway faster than I could have run before or since. I made it back to the car, and we drove out of there like a bat out of hell. A couple of students snickered at the way that he said hell. So when you're out trick-or-treating tonight, make sure that you know exactly where you're headed, and don't go out to any abandoned farmhouses. I mean, there aren't many around here, but you're all smart kids. Except Jerry.
The class laughed at the mood lightening as the bell rang for passing period. Mr. Mays turned the light on and thanked everyone for listening, reminding them about the paper due next week, and told us to have a safe and happy Halloween. Students all around me were abuzz with theories about the story that they had just heard. "I bet it was some sort of crazy Nazi hideout," said one boy. "I think they were all ghost babies that were killed by a dog," said another girl. I couldn't theorize in the slightest. I was still caught up in the moment. The way that Mr. Mays had told that story and the detail that he included in it left me feeling like we didn't get the whole story. Well, a couple of days later, I stayed after class and asked him how it really ended and what happened to his friend. He laughed and said that his friend was fine and that it was honestly, he whispered this part, probably due to some of the drug they were on at the time. And Mr. Mays winked at me as if to say, "Don't tell anyone about the drugs, spit kid." And I smiled and left. I lived in that town for maybe another couple of months, and then we rapidly moved halfway across the country to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Well, I twisted the story around and told it around campfires as I got older, and it was always a hit, but I always changed the ending, letting the friend die of blood loss or from being dragged away by the children. It wasn't until college that I got a chance to talk to Mr. Mays again. See, I went to college in northern New York, not for any reasons associated with the story. College was fun for me. I continued being the same ham that I'd always been, and it wasn't until sometime around my junior year that I ran into Mr. Mays at a bar that I frequented. I mean, initially, I couldn't be sure that the person I saw laying with his head buried in his arm at the bar was Mr. Mays. The only trait that grabbed my attention was a sweater that he used to wear on his birthday during class. The shirt simply read, "I'm the birthday boy." I told my group of friends to grab a table, and I would join them in a second. Then I walked over to the man at the bar. "Mr. Mays?" I said, and the man looked up. The man took a second to look at my face before he smiled and put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Hey there, son. How have you been?" I could smell strong whiskey on his breath, and his cheeks were flushed. The look in his eyes told me that he was 3 sheets in the wind and probably had no idea who I was. "Mr. Mays, it's Jack. I was a student of yours for a couple semesters about 6 or so years ago." His face changed a bit. A genuine look of recognition set in. He took a calmer tone, smiled, and said, "How have you been, Jack?" We talked for a solid 20 minutes, and I told him what I'd been doing for the last several years, and he told me. Apparently he was still teaching at the same school during the same old shtick, as he called it. And I asked if everything was alright, and he said that they were as good as they'd ever been, and were ever going to get. It took me a while to realize that I was an adult that was having a conversation with another adult. And every time that I had spoken to Mr. Mays previously, I had been in the student-teacher relationship. But now, I was just a guy having a drink with a friend at the bar. My friends eventually left, and I continued to drink with Mr. Mays. He told me all about his divorce and his kids. Things that I never would have asked or cared about previously, but now, I cared. He was a real person to me, not just an idol anymore. This was a guy who had real problems, not the infallible teacher that I once thought he was. It had been several hours before I even brought up his story about the showers. And I told him all about my history with urban legends and scary stories, and he just laughed. When I mentioned the story that he had told us years ago, he almost seemed uncomfortable. He finished his whiskey and signaled for another, and then turned to me and got very serious. "Listen, Jack, I don't know why I kept telling that story year after year. His words were slurred, or my hearing was messed up. We were both significantly blitzed at this point. That was what my therapist told me to do when I was younger. I had to tell it to people, to come to grips with it, or some shit. He took a big swig of his drink. Wait, your therapist? I said. Mr. Mays laughed heartily and looked at me. Of course, Jack, you think that something like that wouldn't fuck a person up? I was confused, but smiled nonetheless. Things had gotten very strange, but I mean, very strange. But, you said you were all on drugs or something, right? No one was too terribly hurt. You were all okay, right? He almost got cartoonish with his sadness in the next several seconds. Of course we didn't, Jack. Why do you think I'm here right now? I was puzzled, quickly filled with thousands of questions that I wanted to ask him, but I just let him carry on. Tim fucking, he didn't... Tim fucking... He didn't make it, Jack. He laughed, and his laugh turned suddenly into tears. Fucking took him, they did. I don't even know. Cops told us that we were just drunk and they wandered off and had gotten taken by the wildlife, and he didn't know and he didn't see it, Jack. I was absolutely stone-faced at this point. Mr. Mays was just carrying on like I knew the actual story, but I didn't. His friend disappeared. I didn't know. I wish they'd have found the body, though. Then we could have shown them. That's a bad place, Jack. I don't know anything else to say. It's a bad place. He carried on for a couple of minutes more about his friend and the fun that they had before they went on the trip, and I let him talk. It was only a few minutes later that his phone rang. Hello? Oh, sweetheart. He whispered into the phone. Yeah, I'll be out in a second. Love you, baby. The person on the other end of the phone hung up, and Mr. Mays got up to leave. It's been nice seeing you, Jackie. You've got a good head on your shoulders, boy. Make sure that you use it. He began to walk out of the bar. Mr. Mace! I yelled after him. Yeah, Jack? He turned back towards me. Where did you say that all the shower business took place? Where? Hell, didn't I mention it? It was somewhere outside of Broken Bow, Nebraska. Fucking hell on earth, if you ask me. Mr. Mays walked out of the bar after waving to me. It was the last time that I would see him. I'd never be able to tell him the impact that he had on my life, or rather, the impact that his story had on me. He'd never know about the trip we took after graduation, almost mimicking the one that he and his friends had made. He would never know that the things he saw at that place were real. Why? Well, he died about a month later. His liver failed on him. I mean, it's all right though, because his family was with him in the hospital, though. He got to die around people that cared about him, and that's all I can ask for from a man like that. I experienced that place too. Several years later. That's where my story turns. The following is the story of how I came to find the showers, and why
I will never, ever go anywhere near Nebraska. And why I will never go anywhere near Nebraska ever again. I'll finish the story when I'm sober. The memory is clear now. The county morgue can be a pretty grim and depressing place, especially on a slow, boring day. Even the simplest thing as a routine autopsy can produce results so shocking that a seasoned mortician can have their lunch jump back into their throats. Before the doctor lay an average-height, lanky, pale man. The skin of his face is pulled impossibly tight from scarring. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, never able to close. His mouth is permanently ripped into a smile across his face. It could be argued that his killing spree has finally brought an end to him. The police finally closed a case of the most twisted mass murderer that the world has ever seen. Maybe karma stepped in and sealed his fate. All are true.
Homicide, plain and simple. Cause of death, severe blood loss due to disembowelment.
No man can die in a burning building and not get burned, Frank.
Well, look at the guy's face. Does he look like a man anymore to you? Hey man, are you awake?
Yeah, I am. What?
Can't sleep? I never could in a hospital bed like this. Yeah, sorry. Well, hey, what happened to you anyway? I mean, why the bandages all over your face?
I was, burned.
Damn. Well, that sucks. How did that happen?
Doesn't matter anymore, you know? What about you?
Oh man. Well, I don't have any burns, but you probably can't see that, can you? I had a bit of a car wreck. I got my leg caught and broke it. So I'm wired up to this bed. I'd say I'm fine, but the doctors want to keep me on.
You can't move at all?
What? No, I'm kind of stuck to the heart monitor and lift thing. Why?
Good.
Hey, what are you doing? Should you be getting up? I mean, you're a burn victim.
Have you ever seen a burn wound before on someone's face?
What the? What are you doing? Nurse? Nurse!
Why does everyone scream at my face? Doesn't anyone find it beautiful anymore?
Are you crazy? You can't do that to an IV. You'll kill me. You'll kill me.
Did you ever have that little feeling that you know you really shouldn't do something, but you really just can't help yourself?
No! No, help! No! 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 No!
Go to sleep. Doctors and nurses found the patient with a piece of duct tape over his mouth to prevent him from screaming or calling for help. The poor man's stomach had been ripped open by what the coroner's report would later reflect: someone's bare hands. Fingerprinted above his bed and read, "I'll be waiting. Go to sleep." Jeff walked down the empty street on the outskirts of this town that he had not visited in years. His hometown. Memories began to conflict with the feeling that constantly dominated his mind. Jeff had come to love the feeling. It was a subtle pulling now, a small tugging at the back of his mind, reminding him that he had something to focus on. But soon, he would be needing to spill more blood. He walked along the sidewalk past the bus stop. This was the same bus stop that he had a fragmented memory of. The sound of wheels on concrete, a bully, knives. The feeling. The feeling was growing stronger, but the fragmented memories were coming together. Jeff remembered Randy. More accurately, Jeff remembered the hatred that he had for the boy. Randy had destroyed his family, his face. Randy had broken him. Randy was to blame. Jeff would have killed him again if it were possible. Jeff stopped. He was home. He noticed a condemned sign posted by the city on the door. The house looked vacant and derelict from the outside, but Jeff picked up the key that was always kept under the rug, which was now covered in a blanket of dirt and dust, and he entered the house. If he was the first one to get home before his parents or brother did, he always let himself in with the spare key that his folks had got for him. He looked around the house, and everything seemed preserved as if he had just left the house the day before. Not a single thing had been moved or taken down. Jeff fought back the urge to call out to his parents. He knew that he would not be getting a response. He saw to that all so many years ago. The moonlight from outside beamed in through Jeff's kitchen and faintly illuminated the counter and living room. The TV and furniture remained undisturbed. The plastic plants which added a civilized touch to the museum that was Jeff's past life. Jeff expected the power to be out in the entire house, but to his astonishment, the digital clock in Lou's old bedroom glowed in eerie blue, showing the correct time and current date.
Just go to sleep.
Was what Jeff heard in his mind, echoing, becoming faint, as he remembered everything that happened. A part of him just wanted to cry over the loss of his brother, but another part of him, the feeling, felt no remorse. As Jeff was about to explore the rest of the house, he came across his dad's liquor cabinet and pulled out a bottle of whiskey, a stubby glass, and began drinking. Who would go through all this trouble to not have the power shut off? Doesn't the city order a house which is condemned to have its power cut off and its water disconnected? Jeff thought. Jeff's mind could register that something didn't seem right, but twitching and shaking to put the pieces together. The feeling held any deep cognition at bay. Already it was 3:50 a.m. as Jeff sat in the dark, in total silence.
Jeffrey? Is that you, honey?
Jeff recognized the voice. It was soothing, gentle, all too familiar. The glass shattered to the ground. In a flash, Jeff had his knife withdrawn from his pocket, pointing it at the woman who was the first person to startle him since he was a teenager. His gaze remained fixed on her face. He knew what he was seeing was impossible. He remembered, albeit in pieces, what had happened 11 years ago. He remembered murdering his parents. And yet this woman's warm and smiling face beamed back at him. It was Jeff's mom, Margaret.
Mommy?
Jeff spoke as though he were a child who just got out of a nightmare and sought comfort from his mother.
Yes, baby, it's me.
Her words burrowed through Jeff's black heart. He seemed to remember.
I thought you were... You...
Shh. It's okay, my sweetie. You were just having a bad dream. Mommy's just fine, see?
I didn't mean to do anything to you or Dad. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Jeff, Your father and I know you too well. We know you would never do anything to hurt us. The only thing you ever killed us with is your kindness.
Jeff, tears falling from his eyes, which had long remained dry and near lifeless, looked over his mother's face.
Really?
Really. I'm gonna go check on your brother, and I'll come tuck you in. You just finish your drink and go lay down on the couch, son. You had a long night.
Margaret kissed her son's forehead. She gently covered Jeff with a quilt, as he watched her intently.
Go to sleep.
Wait. What did you say?
She smiled once more, one last time, before vanishing just as quickly as she appeared, leaving Jeff with that last loving image and so many questions. Was that some kind of a ghost? A dream? Was it the feeling playing tricks with his mind? Jeff didn't move.
Go to sleep.
His father, Peter, came in, brandishing a large metal pipe, his guts still hanging out where his son had disemboweled him. Jeff woke up screaming, gasping. He was all right, but he was still in his house. Everything was still in place. He rolled off the couch, wiped the sweat from his face. It was obvious that Jeff was going insane. He was about to head out at the crack of dawn. The phone rang.
Who the fuck could that be?
The caller ID displayed the name.
Lou. Hello? Hello? Lou? Hello?
I'm coming for you, Jeff.
Who the fuck?
Jeff sat in the darkest corner of the dimly lit biker bar, hood over his head. He scans the small crowd that has gathered over the night. The bartender makes note of the night being slower than usual to one of the bar patrons. He throws a glance towards Jeff. Jeff, lost in his thoughts, continues to survey the crowd. The larger, taller man goes over to where Jeff is sitting.
What can I get you, son?
Pitcher of beer, a bottle of Jim Beam. Please.
On the rocks, or just with the shot glass?
Jeff's fingers ran across the edge of the knife in his pocket. A thin cut formed on his finger, the blood reminding him of his lust for the sweet sight.
Fuckers, all of them. Not a single one of them worth the spit they're drinking. It's so simple. It would be so quick.
Uh-huh. Who? Hold on, I'll see if he's in. Phone call for Jeff. I'm looking for a Jeff. Here. Don't take forever. We need this phone.
Well, who is it? Hey! Hello? Hello?
No response. However, Jeff did find out who was calling him. At the far end of the building, a beautiful woman who was wearing a blind man's sunglasses and dressed in all black looked over at Jeff, grinning maliciously, taunting him, her iPhone glowing in her hand. She waved at him with a teasing smirk across her face. She left a few dollar bills on the bar counter and walked off with her phone. By the end of the evening, Jeff was in no shape to go back to his hellish home, so he stumbled out of the tavern and checked into a ratty motel for the night. Once inside the lobby, a beautiful woman in a red dress leaving very little to the imagination approached him.
Hey there, sweetie. Looking for something? I think I can help you find it.
Really?
Maybe I could, if you have $50 on you.
Jeff withdrew his hand from his hoodie, which he'd been using to keep them warm from the chilled night air. He placed his finger in his mouth, his teeth, pulling the cut that he'd made earlier wider open. The blood on his tongue reminded him that the previous dark-haired woman had distracted him from choosing a target at the bar, reminding him that the blood of this woman might just do for revenge. Jeff tossed the hooker a roll of bills, and they both went to his room. "3 a.m. The noise from the late-night drivers zooming past in their cars masked the final sounds of empty passion from Jeff's hotel room. The woman moved herself to the edge of the bed to stand and get dressed. Jeff sat up as well, watching her from behind her back. His hoodie lay open on the covers beside him. Jeff eyed the knife and the pale skin of the woman as she retrieved her clothing from the floor. His mind went from fantasy to fantasy. The knife could easily slice her throat, and he could watch her fearfully choke to death on her own blood. Or perhaps he could simply slide the knife between the ribs of her back and watch as her breathing slowed to death from her own internal bleeding.
Go to sleep.
The woman turned about to match eyes with the killer. They looked intently at one another, neither breaking the lock on each other's eyes.
Go to...
Something was wrong. Jeff was distracted. The woman, pulling on the last of her clothing, laid a kiss on Jeff's scarred mouth. Jeff's world began to swim, and things began to fade. Black.
You go to sleep, huh?
Jeff sat up with a start. He grabbed at his jacket till he realized that it was no longer on the covers next to him. He was also no longer on the covers. Jeff glanced about in all directions. He was again fully clothed, but in the kitchen of his old home. From as far as Jeff could gather, he must have been brought here again, or the feeling was really getting to him. Was all of the other day a dream? Was he really in this house the whole time? Jeff searched for the voice that had spoken to him, expecting to see his mother again, or his decomposing father. But the voice came from a younger man, bottle in hand, and covered in rags. The young man glanced up at Jeff. It was Lou.
Lou? I can't believe it.
Believe it, bro. Man, my side still hurts like a motherfucker after you stabbed me. But there's one thing you forgot. If you're gonna stab anyone, let alone your own flesh and blood, do it in a vital area, not a non-vital, dumbass!
Jeff was almost at a loss for words. This was impossible. Of everyone that Jeff had killed over the years, he could remember Lou. Lou looked him in the eyes when he died. Jeff remembered sliding the knife into Lou's chest. He remembered the blood on the walls from his hands as he ran out of the house. Lou didn't scream or cry. Lou just watched Jeff as he died, as if he was expecting this to happen. Jeff remembered the feeling left him completely for the last time at that point. He remembered the feeling of regret.
Lou, I'm sorry that I tried to kill you. How in the world did you...
How did I stop myself from bleeding, you ask? Well...
He got up. still staggering from the tequila that he was drinking, lifted up his shirt and showed his brother the place on his side.
While Mom and Dad were asleep, I went to our kitchen, turned on one of the gas burners, and I cauterized it. A little something you learn from watching a few episodes of ER, House, and some of those other medical shows you come across. It hurt like hell, but I'm alright.
I mean, I didn't mean...
Jeff, it's alright. I knew you were just fucking with me. Remember when you kicked those guys' asses for me, bro? That's when to kill. Not to kill your own brother. But it was an accident. You didn't mean to stab me. Don't worry about it.
So you forgive me?
Dude, of course I do. Stop worrying, for God's sake. There is nothing in the world that would stop me from loving my own brother. Love you, buddy.
I love you too, Lil.
Hey, well, I've got things to do. I'll see you soon.
Yes. Of course. Soon.
With that, lost in what he could have said or what he could have done, Jeff stood. He met eyes with his brother again. Thoughts filled his head, thousands at a time. Had his mind not broken so many years ago at Billy's party, he might have been able to make sense of them. He might have been able to ask the questions that were still burning inside of him. He might have been able to feel something more than the memories of what his emotions should be. But he couldn't. Jeff simply nodded, turned his back, and began the walk out of the house and on to the next location. Lou saw Jeff depart into the night until his white hoodie faded from view.
But you sure as hell aren't going to love what's in store for you, son of a bitch.
As dawn was approaching, Jeff made his way to a sleepy little house in the richer part of town. The neighbors were still sleeping. Those who were getting ready to go to work at this time of morning barely noticed Jeff. Nor did they pay any attention to him. They thought he was just a regular visitor, a random neighbor. Jeff hopped the fence of the house that he'd been laying eyes on, and made his way into the basement from outside. In this neighborhood, you could expect a very low crime rate, and everyone who lived there were honest and trusted people. But from Jeff's point of view, this was the perfect chance to satisfy the feeling. 322 Wilshire Boulevard. The owners of the house, a young couple, were looking for a babysitter at the last moment to watch their 4-month-old child. Luckily enough, they did find someone at short notice. The babysitter was a sweet 14-year-old girl, Victoria. Cheerful, friendly, and kind. The baby boy was sleeping like a rock. After a bath, fresh diaper change, and a change into his baby clothes, the infant's head hit the pillow immediately thereafter. Several minutes later, Victoria received a call on the house phone. Wearily, she answers.
Hello? Huh? Hey, when are you guys coming home?
We'll be back around 10 tomorrow morning. I hope our son wasn't too much trouble.
No trouble at all.
Told you. Honey, you sound tired. Why don't you take a nap?
That's a good idea. I could really use one about now.
If you need us, we'll be at the Econo Lodge. You have our number.
Thanks.
Have a good night's rest, sweetheart.
Night.
Victoria casually beeps the phone to end the call, and tosses it onto the floor. She rests her body on the nicely cushioned pleather couch that is set in the baby's room, and falls asleep. Several hours into her peaceful slumber, Victoria is awakened by a noise below in the basement. Thinking it was just an animal,
possibly the couple's dog. She falls back asleep, but the noise becomes louder. Victoria gets slightly more unnerved. She pulls her tired body from the couch and pokes her head out of the doorway. Silence. She returned to the couch and laid slowly back down. Listening intently, she calmed herself.
"911 emergency."
Yes, hello? I think someone's in the house.
Ma'am, you're going to have to calm down. I can't understand you.
Someone is in the house. Someone broke in.
Where are you at, sweetheart?
I'm at 322 Wilshire Boulevard. I'm babysitting tonight. I don't know.
We're sending police up there immediately. Now here's what I want you to do. Are you listening? Go and find a place to hide in the house, like the closet or pantry, and then grab something to defend yourself with.
Victoria, trembling in fear, crept from the baby's room and down the stairs of the house. So far there was no one that she could see. But the noise had come from the basement, hadn't it? She made her way into the kitchen and pulled the largest knife that she could from the drawer. Victoria, in a panic, ran to the pantry and closed the door behind her as swiftly as she possibly could, and huddled into the farthest corner that she could physically get to.
I heard him. He came out of the basement. I heard him. Please help me, please. I'm so scared. I've got a meat cleaver. I'm in the pantry.
Don't be scared, dear. I'll stay with you on the line until police arrive. In the meantime, you just hide. Who's there with you?
The baby! Oh God, I forgot about the baby.
Did you lock the baby's room, honey?
Yes.
The baby will be all right. You just stay on the line with me. Police will be arriving shortly.
Oh, I see him.
Give me the description of the assailant, dear.
I can't talk any louder. He'll hear me. I hope he doesn't hurt the baby.
You'll be fine. What is the description of the assailant?
I'm too scared. I can't.
Tell me, what does he look like?
He's wearing black pants and a white jacket or something. I don't know. Just please help me.
Jeff entered the baby's room. Toys littered the floor of the darkened room. A single beam of light crept through the slit between the curtains, cutting the room in two, separating Jeff from the infant. Jeff continued into the darkness and peered into the crib. Jeff eyed the child silently. Despite having a smile permanently carved into his cheeks, he seemed to be frowning. The infant began to cry at the horrific sight of the killer looming over him. Jeff placed the flat of his knife against the baby's face and watched as the reflection of his own grotesque features mockingly smiled back.
Go to sleep for now, kid. When you see a bit more of the world, I'll be back to save you from it.
Jeff picked up a stuffed bear from the floor around the crib to pacify the baby. The baby's hands gripped at the soft fabric as Jeff turned his back and walked out of the room. At the dreary inn in town, the married couple sat backs to each other, both breathless and exhausted. They had been fighting since the moment that the poor child's mother had put down the phone. The in-town vacation was supposed to help. It didn't.
Maybe we should just go home then.
At this hour, come on, we still have the room for the rest of the night.
I want to see my baby, Marco. Or would you prefer to just sleep in the car?
Marco stood. He'd heard all that he cared to. He gruffly grabbed his keys off the nightstand and opened the door to the small hotel room to wait for his wife. She stepped through the opening and out into the car without a word. It was 5:15 when they left, and they were rushing home as quickly as they could. In the house, Jeff saw the approaching police light beacons, and his immediate thought was that this is all over. He stepped behind the curtain of the open front window and watched for the police officer to make his move. A knock at the door.
Police! Can you open the door, please?
Jeff inched through the shadows, closer and closer to the door. Another knock.
Hello? Is anyone home? If I do not get a response, I will have to break the door down. Hello?
Jeff's fingers went back to the sharpened edge of his knife. Finally. It's been far too long since he was able to taste blood. A creak from the pantry door as the babysitter watched the scene unfold in front of her. Her trembling body drew cold as the realization that she would not be saved from this by the police like she had so hoped.
The police are here. I think they're gonna be killed. Hello, are you still there? No, please, no.
This is your last warning.
Help me, I'm in here.
Jeff heard the scream, but the blood of the police officers was calling to him. He had to satisfy the feeling. The first officer's weapons entered through the doorway to sweep the room. A bullet to the head or a tackle to the ground, a short drive to prison and the gas chamber. But Jeff had been doing this for years since he carved his mark into his family. Jeff slid his knife into the wrists of the first officer and used the tool to pull him into the house. The officer's hands twitched and spasmed, forcing the gun to fire off 2 shots. The noise waking the baby upstairs and turning the babysitter's hysterical cries into screams of pure terror. Jeff stepped into the doorway, withdrawing his blade from the officer's wrists and pushing it into his neck. His partner's wild, panicked eyes could only see the black rings around Jeff's and the gurgling choking of his dying friend. The officer, horrified by the sight, and now with blurred vision, fired his gun directly in front of him. Missing their mark, the rounds only succeeded in putting his partner out of his pain. Jeff dropped the dead body, and with a quick motion of his left hand, grabbed the side of the officer's pistol, pushing it off aim. The officer still pulled the trigger as many times as he was able. It didn't matter. The burns from the discharge against Jeff's hand only fueled his crazed frenzy. The knife found its mark in the middle of this officer's chest and sliced its way up to his chin.
Too long. That's right.
Please don't hurt me, please. I won't tell anyone. Just take the money or the baby. Please don't hurt me.
Jeff pulled Victoria to her feet by her hair. The poor girl's cries grew louder as Jeff put the point of the knife between her eyes and pressed in, slowly.
Just go to sleep. Quiet down, little guy. Or am I going to have to make you quiet?
Outside the house, the car pulled to a stop. The mother and father rushed from the vehicle to the door. Frenzied, the couple had forgotten any issues that may have arisen over the past few days between them, and all they can see now are the red and blue flashing lights and hear the cry of their baby. They rushed their way up the stairs and into the baby's room. Immediately, out of maternal instinct, the mother picked up the child to comfort it and to assure herself that he was okay. However, despite her efforts, the baby continued to cry. The family collapsed to the floor together in an embrace.
Oh, this? No, I'm just keeping an audio log, miss.
Oh, you mean so you can turn that one in, or is it like notes?
Yes, it's kind of a way that I take notes so that I can type up my report later.
Oh, that's just a bit Odd, all the other police officers just had a pen and pad.
Yeah, I'm a bit too lazy for the pen and pad. Besides, miss, I'm not the police. Agent Marcus East, FBI, remember?
Yes, so much more well-mannered than the police, too.
Well, thank you, miss. I appreciate that. But I'm afraid we need to be getting to the darker part of this conversation.
Of course.
I'll try and make this quick for my recording and to confirm this with you. I'm just going to go over to the police reports here. Break-in at 322 Wilshire Boulevard, but it seems that all valuables are accounted for? No missing electronics, jewelry. Was that right?
That's right, but there was a small amount of cash taken from the drawer in our bedroom. $80, I think.
Right. Of course. I'm sorry to bring this up again, but I have to confirm. We have 3 victims, homicide. 2 are officers from the local police department responding to the 911 call that was placed by the 3rd victim, Victoria Brandt, who was babysitting for you on that night.
Yes. She would babysit for us when we would go out of town on weekends. Or to our sessions.
Thank you, miss. I'm sorry. We'll move on. Your son, thankfully, completely unharmed. Thank God. Was that right?
Yes.
And the only thing found was a note with Miss Brandt. Jeff, if you're reading this, know that no matter how many innocent victims you claim or how much innocent blood you shed, I'm still coming for you in the end. All of the men and women you so viciously slaughtered and disemboweled. I never did like you, you greasy-headed, grinning, smug, ignorant son of a bitch. My black eyes may look like I'm void of vision, but I'm not stupid. Just remember, the night that you creep into a poor girl's bedroom, you're gonna fall head over heels down the fucking stairs with your guts caught on the broken glass of the window I smashed you into. Tonight, when I reach you, evil will battle evil. Winner kills all. And the only one who will not get out alive is you. I'm coming for you. Signed, Jane the Killer. Miss, do you know a Jeff? Is that a friend? Someone you've seen around the neighborhood? A name from somewhere in this town? Miss Brandt's boyfriend, perhaps?
Not at all. I don't know a Jane either.
Of course. But I'm sure that the previous officers got any information about Jane. Have you seen anyone that might have been Jeff leaving the house? Heard from a neighbor where the man might be headed?
No. Agent East, shouldn't you be more concerned with who wrote that note than who it was for?
Right, you are. Right. You see, we've been tracking a son of a bitch named Jeff. Almost had him too, but like an idiot, I thought to let him wander a bit too far. Then something like this happens. If there wasn't anything else, miss, maybe I should be...
Agent East, please. You have to find these people. This person, this murderer. Green Baby died in my home, and God knows what he did to my baby.
Ma'am, please, I assure you. I've been following Jeff for a while. I'm going to find the son of a bitch.
I'm sorry. He's been crying so often since last night.
May I? Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird. And if
That mockingbird won't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring.
What? How did...
That should be everything I need, miss. And don't go to sleep.
You might not wake up.
A light rain began to fall as the nighttime was quickly approaching. The wind and splashing from passing cars helped to clean off the now, once again stained hoodie.
The caked blood leaked off his clothing with the rain as it grew heavier, and formed a small river of red behind him. The feeling that had begun so long ago was gone for now, but Jeff knew that it would be back soon. He could only think clearly for a short while, long enough for the pieces to start falling into place. This woman from the bar that knew his name, the hooker from the hotel that knocked him out, the odd note that he'd found in the baby's room. Who could be following him? And if they really hated him so much, why didn't they kill him already?
Fuck. Who the fuck is Jane?
The feeling was inching back into his mind. More violence, more blood. He wouldn't be able to think soon. His hands returned to his pockets. The edge of the knife that he had already cleaned and resharpened to a razor's edge. The feeling would be too much soon. He needed help. Maybe now there was finally someone who could help him. Jeff needed to return back home. The light rain had picked up to a thunderstorm by the time Jeff reached his old house at the edge of town. A crack of thunder and a shatter of glass. Jeff was in the house. The sound of rain outside echoed through the broken window.
Hey, Jeff. Ha! I should have known you'd come back if I waited. I almost thought you'd stopped caring.
Jeff turned around, and before he could say anything, Lou took a trophy off the shelf, and a wet crack rang through Jeff's ears.
You go to sleep.
Jeff's world went black. Jeff woke up in a living room full of industrial tools and assorted drills, knives, and hammers. The room seemed to be built like a class for anyone who wanted to get into carpentry.
Where the hell am I?
I've been waiting a long time for this, Jeff.
Jeff saw as Lou's features evaporated from his face, peeling off of him in a thick cloud of smoke. The young male's skinny frame transformed into the luscious curves of a woman in a tight black dress, with oddly only solid black orbs for eyes. Pouted lips smirked at him with a familiar teasing smile.
You're the bitch from the bar!
Jane turned on a utility light, gripped it, and turned it toward herself. Her skin was pale like a corpse, and contrasted by the curled raven hair that fell to her mid-back. In a way, she was a beautiful woman, but the air about her seemed to be as ugly and dark as the aura that surrounded Jeff.
I told you I'd be coming for you in the end. Oh, and did I mention, your brother fit me like a glove. So did your mother.
Your father.
The paper boy. But your features. I'll be glad to peel the skin off your face, Jeffrey. Finally bring your little rampage to an end.
Really now? And why would you...
Why? Why? I'll tell you why, you little piece of shit! A little town called Bellevue, Illinois. Remember it? Oh, right. You're a psychotic fuck. I guess you don't. So let me remind you. 11 years. I've been searching for you for 11 fucking years. Since I was 10. Since you told my parents to go to sleep. Since you overlooked my room. Since I mopped up all the fucking blood. You sick psychotic fuck.
You're right. I don't remember a single second of it.
You're going to regret everything that you've done to me.
You missed my throat. My face has plenty of holes in it as it is. Poor Jane the murderer. Parents are dead and she's going to bitch and whine. Their little knife.
Fuck you! What do you get off calling me a...
Please. Black eyes, that little smoke and mirrors trick. You don't do what I do without seeing some shit, lady. Demons, monsters, tall motherfuckers in the woods. It comes with the territory. Pathetic little teenager makes a deal with the devil, and that kind of deal doesn't come cheap. Oh, you need blood. A lot of blood.
The blood leaking out of Jeff's mouth dripped onto his chest and arms, granting him just enough wiggle room to slip his hands out from the restraints and vaulted his foot into Jane's stomach, knocking the woman to the ground. Before she could move to pick herself up, Jeff continued the brutal assault by throwing the wooden chair itself at her, breaking it over her back, an act that would have crippled a lesser woman.
I like your playpen, Jane.
Taking a fistful of Jane's hair, Jeff began dragging her to the wooden table at the edge of the room. In her daze, her only thoughts were that this didn't go as she had envisioned it for so many years. Her only thought was to panic.
Really? You couldn't have caught me at a better time. I've been so hungry for your blood since I saw you in that bar.
As he forced her arm in place, Jeff couldn't help but marvel at how her arm seemed to be made for the metal vise. It fit perfectly, almost like they were always intended to go together. The sound of snapping bone and torn muscles from the woman's wrist echoed through the home. Jane frantically gripped in all directions, reaching for a tool of some kind, anything that she could use to escape the unbearable pain. The first handle that she could find, she clamps her hand on and swings with all of her strength at Jeff's legs. Jeff fell to the ground from his shattered bone. Bewildered, Jane inspected the hammer that she now had clamped tightly with her left hand. Wonder quickly gave way to pain as she was snapped back to reality. Jane desperately clawed at the vise, untwisting it as quickly as she could to free her mangled hand. She stared at the now useless appendage. The device had applied so much pressure that it split the skin and crushed every bone, leaving her wrist looking like a broken balloon full of jello.
Die, you bastard! Die!
Blood leaked from the walls, more than should have been possible to be in Jeff's body. The thunderstorm outside of the house churned the skies above, the clouds forming an opening. These were no longer two people. These were demons at war with one another. A stray bolt of lightning ignited the attic of the old home. The walls transformed from dripping blood to a putrid-smelling inferno. Jane stepped back from Jeff's twitching body, leaving him broken in a pool.
Fucking bitch.
Don't go to sleep, Jeff. I need you awake for this.
Jeff picked himself, shaking off the ground. Putting pressure on his leg caused a sickening crack. The pain from it was blinding, but not as blinding as the feeling was at this point. Fuck the tools. The power tools, the saws, the hammers. Nothing would satisfy Jeff like this one. He withdrew the knife from his pocket.
I'm not going anywhere.
You took my life, Jeff. You took it away from me, and this moment is all that I could think about for the past 11 years.
I haven't taken it yet. Give me another minute.
Jeff limped slowly towards Jane. He had been crippled by the hammer, and his blood loss had turned his vision into a blur. Jane rose her arms from her sides, and the room around them seemed to be shifting, darkening. The whole house was becoming Jeff's personal hell. His mother and father stood beside Jane, just as he remembered them. Gutted. Bloody. dead.
Why did you do this to us, son?
We didn't lie to you. We never did. We were trying to protect you, honey.
You could have been with us, Jeff. We're happy and safe where we're at, bro. But sadly, you'll be cleaning toilets in hell.
Cut after cut from his own family. They surrounded him, chanting, cutting him deeply with saws and screwdrivers from the carpentry house of horror. Jane laughed in Jeff's face.
Do you see the pain? Everything you've lost? What you've done to yourself? Do you feel what I felt, Jeff? This is what you've done to everyone else. This is the monster that you've let your insanity become. This is...
You give me way too much credit, Jane. I don't give a shit.
You...
Go to sleep.
The house burned. On the cold metal slab of the morgue, before the doctor, lay an average height, lanky, pale man. The skin of his face is pulled impossibly tight from the scarring. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, never able to close. His mouth is permanently ripped into a smile across his face. This is Jeff, also known as Jeff the Killer.
Homicide, plain and simple. Cause of death, severe blood loss due to disembowelment.
Frank, you can't be serious. You heard that they pulled this guy from a fire, right?
I read the police report, yeah, but there's not a single burn mark on the guy. Do you see the charring? Because I sure as hell don't.
So, let me get this straight. You're suggesting that someone burned his clothes and then dressed him in them and then dumped his body in the house after the fire?
I'm suggesting this guy was in one hell of a knife fight before dying of blood loss in that house.
No man can die in a burning building and not get burned, Frank.
Well, look at the guy's face. Does he look like a man anymore to you?
Jeff's eyes refocused on the doctor's face. Nine months later, again in the cold, lifeless morgue with two of the most criminally insane humans ever to walk the earth. In front of the coroner lay a beautiful, young, black-eyed woman. Dead. When the police found her body, she was lying on a table, hands and feet chained to it, with a message scrawled on the walls. I'll be waiting. Go to sleep. Cause of death? Childbirth.
Do you have something that you truly, relentlessly desire? Despite your state of mind, is there something else that you would go completely to the end of the world to get? Well, lucky for you. There's a way to achieve what you're looking for, and you won't need to go to the end of the world to get it. But you will need to go somewhere, and the place may be too out of reach for some. It's not far away, closer than one may believe, but there are requirements that some individuals may not meet. First, whatever it is that you seek, know that you must seriously desire what you want. In your eyes, it should be something you need. If you begin the journey without the correct state of mind, you'll surely fail, as it will be near impossible to turn back once the journey starts. The second requirement is that you will need a vehicle of sorts. Some use a car, as it's the most comfortable choice. There have been a select few that have used small motorized vehicles, such as an ATV or motorcycle, but this has proven to be quite difficult, as the conditions of the journey can prove to be too bothersome. Do not use a vehicle too large or noticeable, as you will need some of the cover of night to be most safe. Also, While any sort of car will do, you may not want to choose the most expensive or cherished vehicle. You could take your slick, new black Mercedes for the drive if you'd like, but don't expect it to come out in a pristine state. Make sure your vehicle is completely fueled before beginning the drive. The first task to accomplish is to locate the road. It doesn't have a name. It's not on the map, and technically, it doesn't even exist. It will only show up if you're looking for it at the right time, and you will only spot it if you know what you're looking for. Finally, you must be alone during the journey. You didn't think you'd be able to go with a group, did you? It must be night when you begin. Choose the time of night where you believe the roads are the least populated. Drive to any area that is just a stretch of road surrounded by woods. Here's where you want to start paying close attention. If you're looking for the road, it will turn up eventually, but you need to search for the road's hint in order to pull down the right one. Once you're close, you'll see or feel its signs. What the signs will be will depend on what it is you desire. For example, if you search for wealth, you may spot shimmers on the empty branches of trees, as if they resembled the shine of gold or diamonds. If you seek love, you may begin to see rose petals slowly dance on the light breeze, blowing in the road's direction. If you seek revenge, you might sense an ever-growing feel of heat or anger in your body as you approach. Just know what it is you really want, and you'll have no problem finding the turn. Once you're sure you've found the revealed road, take a deep breath and turn down onto it. At this point, you have officially started down the nameless road which brings you through 11 miles, leading to whatever it is you seek. Each mile will test your desire and will expose if you really do want what you're searching for. Before you go further, stop the car and be wary of a few advisements. Do not turn on a radio during the drive. Do not use a phone during the drive. Reception would be cut off anyway. Do not open the windows during the drive. Make sure they're closed before you continue. If you're riding a vehicle without windows or a top, then prepare for the worst, as the odds are heavily against you. Do not attempt to leave your vehicle at any time. You'll never want to exceed 30 miles per hour unless you're desperate to make it through a section of the road. And most importantly, as with any drive, buckle up. Feel free to prepare and make sure you're ready. Once the road has been entered, time has stopped, so you don't need to worry about losing the night. Though you may not notice, you're not actually in your own world anymore. Take one last moment to realize that once the first mile is over, there is no turning back. If you ponder turning back at all, know that you shouldn't even be on the journey in the first place. Once all is done, continue on the road. On the first mile, you won't see much change. The road passes through mostly woods, with a few miles being an exception. The air will turn a bit colder, in which you should turn on your heating system if your vehicle has one. You won't want to take your eyes off the road later. Take some time to calm any uneasiness by admiring some of the night sky. You'll see it completely lined with stars, more than what you would ever believe possible. If the weather was cloudy beforehand, you'll also notice that the sky is now clear. On the second mile, the air will become even colder. This is primarily the reason why traveling in an open vehicle is very difficult. With each mile, the air will drop in temperature, even if the season should be warm. If the air is too cold to bear, even with the heat on, your only option is to speed up. With each mile, the road also becomes more complex, taking more turns and showing an increasing amount of road hazards. Be sure to always keep focused on the road in front of you, in order to avoid as many bumps or obstacles as possible. Hitting a few rocks and potholes won't hamper your progress too much, but you'll want to keep the best condition for as long as possible. If your vehicle is forced to stop because of damage, then there's nothing left you can do, but eventually freeze to death. On the third mile,
You may begin to spot silhouettes of human figures in the lining of trees. Pay no attention to them, even if they seem to get closer. It will be hard to resist peeking at their unnerving, distant appearance, but know that they will reveal themselves later. At this mile, the road will become dirt, if you weren't driving on it in the beginning. Keep to the center of the path, as it will become narrow and wide at random intervals. On a quick side note, should you ever attempt to turn around, despite the previous warnings, you'll be left on a path which never ends. You would simply run out of fuel eventually, and be left to freeze in the cold conditions. On the 4th mile, you'll not only see more of the figures, but you'll begin to, in a sense, hear them. In the back of your mind, a very faint, unintangible whisper will echo. These will come and go, but you can't stop them. If they become bothersome or distracting, try and tune them out by thinking of what it is you desire. Attempting to listen and determine what the voices are saying will only attract them to you. And you want to be as far away from them as you can. They'll be closer later, so there's no use bringing them near you this early. On the 5th mile, you will come to a clearing. The lining of trees to your left will disappear to reveal a lake with no end, with a beaming great moon over the water. The illumination of the moon will be so spectacular that the vehicle's headlights will no longer be required. Restrain yourself from gazing at it. If you look at its lights for even more than a few seconds, the road in front of you will end, throwing your vehicle into the water in which you will freeze in mere minutes. The voices will be gone for this mile, but don't rejoice just yet. They'll be back. On the 6th mile, take into account that you are more than halfway done. Despite the progress, you may lose hope here. The stars will have disappeared at this point, leaving the sky an empty black abyss. The clearing will have ended, leading you back into the woods. The only light that you will have will be provided by your vehicle's headlights, but they will flicker from time to time, even if you're sure they're in perfect working order. If you have a radio in the vehicle, it will turn on here automatically. If you didn't turn it on beforehand, it will produce an overwhelming screech that will send you off the path. A calm voice will then begin to speak about your greatest fears, what it is you are horrified of in your life. It will speak in a way that will cause you to visualize the words in your mind. So don't listen to it. And if you begin to comprehend what it is saying, the horrors will prove too much for you to stay on the road safely. Attempting to turn off the radio will prove no use. Speed up if you need to. Just keep your mind off the voice as much as you can. As you approach the end of the mile, the voice will fade out of the speakers, leaving your ears at peace. For now. On the 7th mile, the voices from the figures will return. It won't sound like a whisper this time, but more like a distant scream, growing closer with each second. At some point on this mile, you'll hear one of them in your ear, as if one of them was right behind you. This is because one of the figures has found a way into your vehicle. Don't turn around. Their faces will shock you to paralysis, leading you off the road. If you don't draw attention to it, it will become uninterested, and hopefully leave. These beings are said to be ones who have traveled down this road before, but were not successful. They live the remainder of their existence, suffering in the darkness, with their only goal being to bring other travelers down with them. It's been said, from experience, that these beings can't physically harm you, so as long as they don't cause you to wreck, you should be fine. On the 8th mile, slow down if you're going too fast. The road here takes very sharp turns, which, if overshot, will throw the vehicle into a pit through the trees. The cold here is near fatal. If you were to have a glass or bottle of liquid in your vehicle, it would be solid in seconds. The heating system will have become completely obsolete. Your headlights will flicker more, sometimes shutting off for a few seconds.
You should brake if this happens, but do not completely stop. The figures will be following you at this point, and should you stop for too long, they will surround and trap your vehicle. More of their screams can be heard from outside of your doors, sometimes even sounding of maniacal laughter. Their hands will claw at your windows, desperate to reach in and feel something living. Do not look at them. They won't block your windshield, and the last thing that you want to happen is to crash and be trapped with them. If you don't make it from here, pray it's the freezing that ends you. On the 9th mile, your vehicle will stall. The headlights will shut off, as will all other systems inside. There's nothing you can do to prevent this. What you will need to do is close your eyes and immediately attempt to restart the vehicle. Keep your eyes closed, as the figures would have surely surrounded you at this point. The starting of the vehicle will frighten them, and they will all back away temporarily. This will give you a chance to start moving forward again. If you begin to hear the windows crack from their struggle, do not lose focus. The beings can alter the vehicle, but remember that they still do not have the strength to physically affect you. You will hear nothing but their voices rampage in your mind, as they could be anywhere between 12 or 100 after you now. Once you start the vehicle, floor it. Floor it so long as you can stay on the path. When the mile's done, the beings will retreat. On the 10th mile, the voices of the beings will stop. If you were to look to your rear view mirror, do not actually do this. You will see them following you, but not as if they were chasing. They're watching you, as if they were seeing you off. As you go down the 10th mile, the road will be smoother, as if you were back on the 1st mile. The figures will be lining the sides of the path ahead of you. They won't be after you, but they will watch you as you pass. Some have theorized that the beings are impressed here, that you have come a long way on the journey to what you desire. This is false. They are not impressed, but they are happy. They are happy that you're about to approach the next mile. They're happy because you are most likely going to your death. On the 11th and final mile, everything in your vehicle will lose power, as it did on the 9th mile. The vehicle would normally be immobile, but you'll still be moving. An unknown force will be pulling you forward. In the darkness, you will see a glowing red light up ahead, as if it were a light at the end of a tunnel. Close your eyes and cover them. Do whatever it takes to make sure you do not see what you're about to go through. Covering your eyes would also be helpful, but keeping your eyes covered should also be a higher priority. The red light is another clearing, but there's no moon or lake this time. Once it's entered, unrelenting and inconceivable noises will sound from all directions. No amount of bravery and conditioning will spare you from these sounds. The cold will turn to a merciless heat, burning all parts of the vehicle. You will feel the illusion of the flesh being burned off of your bones, that every part of you is being destroyed as you travel through the screams and audible suffering. As long as you keep your eyes closed and resist the urge to see where you are, you will survive through the suffering. This will last a total of 31 seconds, but many fail to keep their vision closed during that time, and are left to the worst fate of the road. Where is this mile located? Those who have survived do not know. Some have named it the transmission from hell, but whether it is part of hell is debatable. After the final mile, power will return. Stop the vehicle. Take a moment to possibly regain some of your sanity. Let the screaming in your ears begin to fade, and know that you have nearly completed your journey with the hardest task overcome. Breathe, and begin to drive forward once again. After only a kilometer, your vehicle will arrive at a dead end. Stop here and don't attempt to move again. Nothing will happen right this second, but do not be disappointed. Relax, and close your eyes. Imagine in your mind what it is you desire this entire time. It will most likely still be the same as when you entered. But with some, this desire may actually change through making this journey. Think about what it is that you went through. Such terrifying and difficult means to acquire, and imagine possessing it in your hands. Once you've completely visualized this, slowly open your eyes, and you'll find yourself at the beginning of the unnamed road where you first began. This may confuse you, but know that you're finished. Your task is done. Your mind will turn to your reward. If what you desired was material, check in the back seat or in the trunk if your object is larger. If the object is small enough, it might already be in your pocket. If what you desired was non-material, then do not be disappointed if the change is not immediate. Turn back to where you came from, and you'll find in your life that what you want is there. You may have found the love of your dreams. You may have gained unnatural, unimaginable power. You may have put your most hated enemy to the most satisfying revenge possible. You will have no doubt gained what you deserve. So now that the task is done, what's the catch? Is your vehicle cursed? Is there something you're about to lose? Is your death imminent? The answer to all is no, of course. You've done the challenge. You've proved worthy of what you desire. As stated before, the sounds of the 11th mile will continue to exist in your mind, potentially causing you some vivid and unusual nightmares, but these should prove as nothing compared to what you've gained. Now, one last question. Is there something else you desire? Are you not yet satisfied? After all, you're left right back where you started. The road's right in front of you. So, are you up for another drive? If so, buckle up and just keep moving forward.
There were originally 9 of us scheduled for the spelunking expedition. But Murphy's Law dictated that 2 of the group had to pull out due to various issues. It was a disappointment having fewer members to share in the experience, but then again, there were benefits. Less logistical problems, more space, so on. I personally wasn't that affected by it. While most of us were close friends, I hadn't known those 2 that well. Our rendezvous was at the cave entrance, at the crack of dawn. I was the first there, as usual. Those who knew me often remarked at my attention to punctuality. And slowly, the rest of the group arrived, parking their cars and unloading the equipment that we had. As the expedition leader, I had the emergency provisions on me. First aid kit, flare gun, GPS locator. It seemed quite odd that a flare gun would be taken into an underground location, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. We assembled at the cave entrance. There was Jason, Alex, Karen, Samantha, Vincent, Ashley, and of course, myself. Alex and I were experienced spelunkers, while the rest of us had varying skill levels. Moderate for Karen, Vincent, and Samantha, poor for Jason, and a first-timer, Ashley. Normally it was against my instinct to take a first-timer into an unexplored cave, and in such a large group, but he had promised to obey every command I gave him, and had agreed to carry the most cumbersome equipment on the safe part of the trek. The cave loomed in front of us. It was typically dark and rather foreboding. Now for the first time I wondered why it was, according to every available record of local geological sites, unexplored. Perhaps it was the isolated location, or the fact that until recently there had been no way for vehicles to access it through the surrounding forest. Are you sure it's alright? Ashley nervously asked, shifting from foot to foot. His early bravado had deserted him. Yeah, and you can't change your mind once we're in, so decide now, I said flatly. Turning around without waiting for an answer, he'd make his own mind up without any input from me. But the rest of the group followed me. After a few moments of apparent indecision, Ashley hurried in after the rest of us. Soon, the darkness swallowed us whole. Inside, the cave was quite larger than it appeared. It proceeded inwards for about 200 meters and then sloped down quite quickly. As per usual, I ordered the group members to buddy up, a system in which the group divided into pairs and threes and were responsible for keeping together. Ashley and I were partners, given that I was the most experienced, he was the least. It wasn't as fun spelunking when you had to care for somebody else, but it was necessary. Besides, he was a quick learner. Soon, the sunlight from the cave mouth faded. "Flares out, everybody!" I ordered, and one by one the expedition members cracked the flares. As per local guidelines, each member carried 2 packs of 30 handheld flares. It may be excessive, but the flares weren't very strong and only provided enough light for the immediate area around the user. I took a glow stick from my pack and wedged it into the rock beside me. Only I carried these, and they were quite stronger than the flares, able to last up to 12 hours with diminishing light after 8. I would use them to mark our trail back up. Slowly we continued down. The handheld flares lasted for 15 minutes on average, and soon we reached an edge. I ordered the group to stop 5 feet from the precipice, where the ground leveled out. As you may have noticed, I'm kind of a stickler for safety measures, but not without good reason. I didn't want a death on my hands. "Ashley, crack a flare, throw it down," I said, watching to see how he did it. Ashley withdrew a flare from his pack and lit it, and then, without moving, he tossed it forward and down the hole. I nodded in approval. He hadn't moved forward from the 5-meter guideline. I crept forward to the precipice and looked into the abyss. Then I saw it. Descending into the darkness barely half a meter from the cliff edge was what appeared to be a staircase. The light from the flare made one thing quite clear. It wasn't a man-made staircase. At least, it didn't look like one. It appeared to be hewn out of the descending rock, meaning that the original cliff would have extended further into the cave. And the stairs were rough and uneven, but it was close enough for government work, as the saying goes. "What is it?" one of the other group members from behind me asked. "It looks like a natural staircase of sorts," I answered, distracted. I withdrew another glow stick from my bag and planted it at the top of the stairs. "Let's go." We descended casually, for caves are notoriously deceptive. We descended cautiously, for caves are notoriously deceptive. Ahead of me, the darkness grew thicker. It seemed palpable, almost physical, as if my thoughts were true. The flares we held seemed to diminish in the face of the abyss. After 50 or so steps, I reached the bottom. And that's when I heard the crack. It sounded like a gunshot, loud and sharp, and I spun at the foot of the stairs, and behind me Jason was tumbling roughly down the last few steps, straight towards me, and I spun out of the way, and he crashed to the floor, moaning in agony, and the rest of the group hurried towards me, concerned. As I bent, I inspected the injury. It was obvious. Oh, Jesus. His ankle was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Jason's face had rapidly lost color. "Karen, Vincent, grab him by the arms carefully," I said quietly, unwilling to exacerbate the situation by panicking. They picked him up slowly, and his ankle dangled grotesquely beneath him. Something glinted under the crimson light of the flares. I knew it was bone. I reached for my pack, taking out 2 small batons and a white bandage. "This is gonna hurt," I warned. The caution was wasted on Jason anyway. He was half unconscious. I grabbed his ankle and twisted. His ankle cracked again. It roused Jason from his stupor. He screamed piercingly, loudly enough to hurt my ears, and quickly, trying not to prolong his agony, I wound the bandage around the batons, which braced either side of his leg. The screaming stopped, but not because the pain had faded. He was unconscious. "Take him up to the entrance of the cave and to the hospital. If he wakes, give him these painkillers." I told his keepers. Karen and Vincent nodded and began the arduous climb up to the surface, holding their unconscious ward. "Shouldn't we, go with him? I mean, his ankle was..." Ashley began, but I cut him off. "No, we came this far, and we're not going to stop now. I want to investigate this cave to the end. Remember, I told you that you couldn't change your mind," I said sharply, taking out my anger at letting the accident happen under my leadership on him. Ashley, known as Ash to his friends, but I never used that, fell silent. I felt a fleeting sense of guilt in my attitude. I brushed it off and spun around. Already Jason and the others were out of view. Around the group, the darkness surrounded us like a malevolent entity. The landing we were on led further into the cave for quite a while, and we proceeded incident-free, thankfully. I marked our progress with the glow sticks at various intervals. Strangely, like the flares, they gave off less light the deeper we progressed. It began to unnerve me, and I could tell the others noticed it too. Alex and Samantha, who were incidentally brother and sister, fell a few steps behind us. Ashley to my right was silent, and finally, as the flares grew even dimmer, I saw something in the wall to my right. I called the diminished group over and cracked a new flare to provide extra light. It appeared to be some sort of carving in the wall. I studied it carefully. The scene depicted a few humanoid forms on the ground. A few scratches of red seemed to indicate wounds. Various pillars around them rose to the roof of the cavern. But that wasn't nearly the worst part. In front of the people, the victims, I now corrected myself, was a large figure. It may have had some detail in the past, but only the outline remained. The body was scratched out. It was a disturbing scene. And then I looked beneath the scene and my eyes widened. It had a message. The strange thing about the message was that it was in English. The carving looked entirely authentic, meaning that a caveman, if you'll pardon the pun, had created it. And I found it impossible that the same person could have scrawled the 5 words below the picture. Behind me, Alex read it aloud. "The Jackal and the Cave." How strange. Indeed, that was the message, written entirely in capital. I dismissed the painting and turned back to the main path. It was obviously a hoax. I mean, there was no way a caveman could have written in any script, let alone in English. Probably some kid mucking around in days long past, but it still made me uneasy, regardless of what I assumed it to be. If it was a hoax, then why does it look so fucking authentic? Eventually, the 4 of us had our fill of the Jackal and the Cave, and after Ashley had snapped a photo of it for a keepsake, we continued into the cave. I was forced to light up 2 flares at a time now to ward off the choking darkness. The diminishing effect of the flares puzzled me. I mean, in all my time spelunking, I had never encountered anything like this. I wondered whether it was a defective bunch or some other reason. It had to have a logical, rational reason. Behind me, Alex and Samantha were still locked in conversation. I picked up snatches of the heated debate as they were walking. They, like me, were still pondering the origin of the admittedly ominous cave drawing. I wish they'd drop it already, or at least quiet down. I looked to my right and saw nothing but a sloping cave wall. I looked away back to the trail. I froze. And turned. There, among the rock that I had just glanced at, was another carving. I felt sick as I hurried over to it, and the red glow of the flares flickered on the wall, dancing over the picture, making it look demonic under the sparse light. It depicted a scene much like the last, except there were only 2 bodies on the floor. The third was in midair, seemingly held by an appendage. Not quite an arm, not quite a tentacle, but from the titular Jackal. pillars around the scene appeared again, except with small, distinct etchings on them. Like before, only the faint outline of the jackal appeared, and the rest of it, having been scribbled or scratched, I couldn't tell. Underneath it was another 5-word message, one that I read quickly and immediately wished that I hadn't. Go back. The jackal waits. He turned from the carving as the others moved in to get a good look and tried not to panic. The air felt thin and dry, like the air in the Andes, and I'd gone climbing there a few years ago, and terrible things had happened, which explained my preference for underground rocks as opposed to aerial ones, but that's a story for another time. Around me, the darkness was thick. I could no longer see without the flares in aid. Suddenly, irrationally, I knew if I stayed in this underground labyrinth for much longer, I would lose my sanity. That was the mind of an irrational man thinking. I leaned against the opposite wall, breathing deeply and slowly to regulate my rapid heartbeat. Spots danced in front of my eyes momentarily as I oxygenated my blood rapidly. Slowly, the panic faded. To be replaced by a sense of calm. I didn't get overworked often, but when I did, I tended to edge towards hysteria. Taking one last deep breath, I straightened and looked around. And that's when I realized that Ashley was gone. Slowly, I stood and scanned the passage for any signs of Ashley. Samantha and Alex were still arguing over the cave drawing. They were typically argumentative identical twins. As Alex drew a breath to continue his opinion, I stepped between them, holding up my hands in peace. Have either of you seen Ashley? He's gone. Stepping back once I saw that they had ceased fighting and listened to what I said. No? They said in unison. I sighed in frustration and looked around the cavern. There was no trace of Ashley anywhere. He couldn't have gone far, not with that massive pack that he had strapped on him. Reasonably, possibly sensing the panic that I felt, the entire expedition had problems from the start. First the dropouts, then Jason, now this. It was like we were cursed or some other superstitious bullshit. I was a born skeptic and proud of it. He could have only gone forward or back, Samantha said, walking forward to the edge of the light and looking around. We should split up and... No, I said, resolute. We're not going to split up under any circumstances. If Ashley went back, he'll eventually get out of the cave by himself, so we can just go forward and hope that stupid prick hasn't done anything reckless. I interjected flatly, turning around from the duo and proceeding into the darkness. After a shared glance, the meaning of which was undecipherable, at least to me, they followed. And so we went. As we progressed, I felt the path lead downwards. It was a marginal slope, undetectable by the naked eye, but I felt myself pushing harder into the rock with each step. Thanks to the extra gravity of the descent, it wasn't of any concern to me. Such natural formations are common. We proceeded ever further into the depths of the cave, calling out Ashley's name as we went. And then I saw it. It was over to the right like the others. It was, of course, another carving. I felt sick as I scanned it. The jackal had increased in size yet again, and the tentacle, a appendage hybrid, was shorter, as if the beast had pulled it back. The previously held corpse was ominously absent from the scene. I tried not to think about what had happened to it, and the pillars with carvings on them also appeared. As before, the jackal had the majority of its detail erased, making it little more than an outline. However, there was detail on the edge of the beast this time. I know the short lines represented skin, apparently leathery and cracked. And then I read the message. It was again 5 words long. And my eyes widened in a flash of shock and fear. "This is your last chance," it read. I stumbled back from the carving in fear, raised my hands in front of me as if it was alive and coming for me. As I hit the back wall, I saw Alex and Samantha close in to study the carving. They seemed unaffected by the ominous message as I had been. I gasped for breath, winded by the sudden impact of the wall against me, and I tried to clear my mind, to cut through the mix of panic and fear that I now felt at having read the carving. The carving which I no longer thought was the work of pranksters. I turned to my left, hoping to see Ashley, and instead, I saw the gateway. It appeared to be a stone archway hewn from the black granite, and it formed the contours of the cave precisely, creating a strange effect. Carvings of various things, symbols, letters, and pictures covered the gateway, which appeared to be seamless, without joint or cut. I approached it almost unwillingly, feeling my heart rise into my throat as I stared at the ground immediately behind the gateway and onwards. The floors, the walls, and the roof of the cave from the gateway onwards were covered in fine, white dust. Alex and Samantha joined me at the edge of the pathway. We were silent, studying the gateway. I looked to the top and saw yet another 5-letter message carved there. The gateway to the jackal. And hell with it, I thought. And then I heard the scream. It was Ashley screaming. "We have to go get him!" Alex yelled, turning to me. With every fiber of my body, I resisted stepping through the gateway. I knew if we did, terrible things would happen. If I stepped through, I knew sooner or later I would meet the jackal. But I had to know about Ashley. The carvings, everything. I had to. So with a deep breath and trying to still my hands, I made my choice. Together, we stepped through the gateway to Ashley and the dark beast beyond. The first chance I noticed was the ground. The fine white dust was coated on the entire cave right past the gateway. I didn't know the origin. It didn't appear to be from any sort of mineral or rock that I had encountered before. It was strange, but then, given the nature of the rest of the cave, that made it almost normal. When the darkness grew progressively thicker as we advanced, I noticed that we were running low on flares, about only 20 each. It was a problem, but not one that I was particularly concerned about considering the current predicament that we were in. Ashley hadn't made any noise besides his original scream. It concerned me far more than if he kept screaming. I mean, there could be a logical reason for him not to scream. Perhaps he had run deeper into the cave. Maybe he was conserving his voice, I thought. But I was throwing up improbable answers to cover my fear. My true thought rose unbidden to my mind. What if whatever made him scream stopped him from doing so again? I felt sick. Ahead of us, not even 100 meters from the gateway, was a crossroads, the first such divide in the otherwise linear path. I had appreciated the lack of divergent paths so far because it meant that we didn't have to divide our group, stunted as it was. Appearing now as it had seemed like extraordinarily bad luck on our part. Seemed like at the key point, nothing in this godforsaken cave had been left to chance. Lost in my grim thought as I was, I didn't notice the object ahead of us until Alex exclaimed and ran towards it. Startled, I looked up. Alex blocked my direct view of it. All I knew of it, apparently, was that it was quite large. I ran towards it. It was Ashley's backpack, ripped and torn. Blood covered it in the immediate area in irregular patterns. Beside me, Alex stepped back tentatively, lost for words. Something attacked him, tore the pack from his back with incredible force. It must have injured him as well, judging by the blood, I said quietly, surprised at how clinical and calm my assessment of the scene had been. That's it. I'm out. I'm going, Alex said, turning away quickly, but not before I saw the fear in his eyes. He was terrified. Samantha nodded in agreement, turning to leave as well. I didn't try to stop either of them. They would be back. You won't get a foot past the gateway, I called to them, certain that it would prevent them from leaving. I turned back to Ashley's pack slowly and began searching through it quickly. Taking only a few items. I hesitated when my hand landed on the flare gun. But I took it, kept it in my hand. I knew from experience against various types of wildlife that it did make an effective weapon. If I met anything that wasn't Ashley, I would fire without mercy. I stood and chose the right-hand passageway. I didn't feel scared anymore. In fact, I didn't feel a thing. Adrenaline was coursing through my system, leaving no room for fear or anything. It grew progressively darker, and the darkness was thick and cloying. As a lifetime asthma sufferer, it reminded me of when I needed my inhaler. I knew the flares would soon be useless, regardless of whether they should have been effective. Beside me, I noticed scrawlings in the dust, apparently of human origin. That at least was no mystery. I glanced at each in turn, almost mechanically, knowing that it couldn't be any worse. It appeared that we weren't the first people to stumble into this place. I have seen it. It blinded me. This is its domain. Taller than any human. Suddenly, I stopped. The last was different from the others, in lowercase, and appeared to be freshly written. It cut me. I'm running for my life. Ashley's writing. It had to be. And then, as if by magic, I heard two things. A scream and a roar. Ashley. The jackal. And they were close. I ran forward. I felt, rather than sensed, that I had breached into a massive cavern. To prove my theory, I impulsively punched the air to my right. If I was still in the claustrophobic cave, my hand would have surely been shattered on the wall. As I expected, I hit nothing but the stagnant air of the cave. The flares provided nothing more than a dim glow. I looked at it in horror as the glow faded slowly. The fading light represented my last defense against the virulent darkness of the cave. And its sole inhabitant. The inhabitant that some called the jackal. The light faded completely. I was alone. The moment that I heard the voice. It was flat and terrible and loud, and it reverberated around me, seemingly without a source of direction. I spun in darkness. The constraining darkness, and I felt my heart in my throat. I knew that if I walked backwards, I would no longer find the passageway that had led me into the lair of the jackal. Once you entered this cavern, there was no leaving it, just like the carvings promised.
This is my cave,
it bellowed. I screamed and I ran. It was a futile gesture. The voice boomed around me, terrifying in its alienness and its flatness, expressionless quality. The jackal was not human, nor was it even some reverend or ghost of a forgotten culture. It was something that had no place in the universe, and something that I wished never to see. My heart thundered in my chest, and my eyes vibrated. I could no longer even control my own body. I'm a prisoner in my own body.
The other one screamed before I took him,
boomed the jackal, interrupting my thoughts. Fuck you! I screamed hysterically into the darkness around me. It was a petty rebellion. I doubted the jackal even knew what it meant. But I felt better doing it all the same. Around me, the darkness coalesced It's alive, I thought. I tried to stifle a scream as an image popped into my head. Thousands of millions of bugs crawling over me in the darkness, biting and scratching and running, and all was banished moments later by the jackal's next terrible oration.
You will remain here forever.
I know that voice, I thought vaguely. After the voice came, the footsteps. I sensed. I could both feel the tremors and hear the steps, hundreds of them around me, pounding the floor in a rapid and terrifying rhythm. Rolling thunder, I thought crazily, and laughed. What little sanity I possessed was rapidly being eroded away by the darkness. Millions of bugs, rolling thunder. And the jackal and its influence over the cave, and consequently those inside it. I doubted if Ashley was still alive, that Samantha and Alex had escaped. I didn't even think that Karen, Vincent, and Jason had escaped alive. Even as I considered this, the jackal howled again. The flat voice echoed through my dark prison.
They all died. As will you.
The jackal roared in an expressionless tone, creating a queer, wavering effect that hurt my ears, and my throat burned from the lack of moisture. A headache pounded in my head, my ears throbbed. Strangely in time with the footsteps. I'm just rolling thunder, I thought, and laughed crazily. And then, as I considered what the jackal had just said, it can read my thoughts. It was not such a fantastical idea. The jackal had only ever spoken after I had thought a thought. A coincidence? I think not, pardon the pun. A coincidence. The mental connection. I considered the mental connection an idea. I considered the mental connection, and an idea began to form. I stopped running, emptied my thoughts, banished the sensory manipulations that the jackal used on me. The footsteps around me intensified, but I heard none of it as I shut down my senses and opened my mind. Then, exposed without the cloak of my previous panic thoughts, I felt it. Oh, the jackal's mind. It was colossal. An alien thing, like a structure too gargantuan for the human mind to comprehend. It would dwarf me, swallow my mind whole, leave me a gibbering wreck if I considered it for too long. It wasn't even natural, let alone human. Thoughts and ideas seemed to be constructed in a fashion that was incomprehensible to the human mind. In a word, the jackal's presence was dark. As I felt its presence wash over me, I steeled myself and sprung the trap. Instantly, before the beast could retreat, I thought of light, a blinding supernova, more light than any human had ever witnessed, a bright inferno of light, and I let the mental image expand in my mind and over into the jackal's colossal presence. I guess that such a creature had never seen light, or if it had spent so long underground, bathed in darkness, which it controlled. Such light, even an image, would do tremendous harm to it, considering that the jackal's mental abilities far outclassed my own. And I was right. The instant the supernova image touched the jackal's presence, a tremendous shriek filled the chamber, immediately overtaking all the phantom footsteps that had so tormented me, and I grinned, savagely despite the pain the high-pitched squeal caused at my ears. That at least sounded vaguely human. It felt empowering to know that I had hurt the jackal, probably badly, and I heard rushing noises around me and opened my eyes. Impossibly. The virulent darkness was reducing around me, and I spun wildly in the grip of the receding darkness. As I moved, I glanced around me. I was in a huge chamber, one that extended far beyond the distance. I saw columns and pillars and carvings, and realized this was the jackal's feeding ground. Its lair that had been the subject of the ominous cave paintings. I had no time to consider that, however, as the final darkness receded, the cave that was lit by light that had no source, my mental light, I thought, exposed its only occupant, and that occupant's slave. Just as I saw that, I saw them. Ashley and the jackal. I could never truly describe the beast before me. It wasn't because I didn't know the right way to articulate it. I knew exactly what to call it. I simply could not comprehend the jackal. It was as if I was viewing it from the extremities of my peripheral vision. It was blurry and soft and weak because it had no hard angles or edges. No matter how hard I looked, how much I stared, the jackal remained hidden to me, a formless shape hidden under a veil of unreality. The cave paintings, carvings, whatever adjective I attached to them, were truer than I had thought. Even after the jackal had turned out to be real, they depicted a blurry, formless jackal, and so it was. Yeah, I know exactly what it was. Indistinct. Ashley, however, was not. I looked at him in horror. His body was covered in blood, flesh, and other less intangible materials. I could count at least 8 visible wounds, more red lines than I could distinguish from the gore saturating his form. A gaping wound cut across his stomach, revealing intestines, pink and rubbery. Blood flowed from multiple slashes on his arms and legs. He was probably dead. Certainly unconscious. But that wasn't the worst of it. His entire right ear had been torn off, clean from his head. Bile rose to my throat as I stared at his form, horrified. The jackal had done this to him. As I thought of the beast before me, I realized that the cavern around me was silent. The jackal's screech was so loud to begin with, and had been cut off instantly, some moments previously, unlike the gradual decline that was characteristic in humans. Then again, it isn't, and it never resembled anything close to human. I would wager every possession that I owned that it had no similarities to any creatures in this dimension. I can't even begin to consider its true form. Even as I watched, it got infinitely worse, until Ashley began to move through the air. I hadn't even noticed that he had been airborne. So enthralled I had been by his ravaged body, and slowly, never wavering in speed, Ashley began to recede towards the blurry shape that represented the jackal. I thought back to the carvings in horror. With every sacrifice, it gains form, and so a greater foothold in this dimension, and I wanted to rush forward and tear Ashley from the jackal's thrall, but to come within reach of the creature would mean an unspeakable end, one that I would already face, had I not wounded it with that psychic supernova. And suddenly, Ashley stopped moving, mere meters from the jackal, and I realized with a shock how the jackal had previously communicated through Ashley. Now I know I recognize that voice, even distorted as it had been. Ashley's mouth opened, and from it roared the jackal.
You will suffer for using the glow against me. Suffer as he did.
Roared the grotesque Ashley jackal hybrid. Evidently, it only knew the light that had heard it as the glow. But it didn't matter. The important thing had been that it had been hurt, and badly, and I probed my mind. No trace of the jackal's presence remained. Apparently the part of it, physically manifested in the virulent darkness, had been either destroyed or banished by my mental counterattack. Even if I meet my death here, I will do whatever it takes to bring you with me, I responded bravely. The saturating fear and accompanying thoughts which had so crippled me both mentally and physically were gone. Now I could see the jackal, regardless of how well I could comprehend it. Much of the terror that I had felt at the hands of it were gone, just like the virulent darkness. Even the voice was less intimidating now that it had a definite source. It spoke again.
I have consumed many. This one is the last. I will be free from my prison.
The jackal bellowed, drawing Ashley towards him. No, I whispered. I sprinted towards him, no matter what the cost. Even if it was my own life or my sanity, I could not allow the jackal to consume Ashley and escape whatever prison it had been incarcerated in. Such a beast would wreak unimaginable destruction on the surface. I pulled a silver piece of equipment, the last thing that I had taken from Ashley's pack. The flare gun. As the jackal and Ashley came together, I drew and fired. The world exploded around me.
Click, click, click. Jack continued pressing the button on the remote, idly watching the different channels pop up before changing again. Nothing really came on during the weekends, surprisingly. Nothing but paid programming and other TV shows he didn't enjoy. Sighing, the college student rose up from his sofa, making his way to the desk resting against the wall next to his bed. He was already done with homework, finishing most of it in class that day. Unlike his roommate, Jack could get his shit done fast enough to have the rest of the day to himself to do whatever. He wasn't feeling up to playing any video games. Didn't really want to drive out anywhere. Swiping his black hoodie off of his chair, Jack slipped it on and grabbed his dorm keys, shoving them in his pockets after closing the door behind him. A nice walk around the campus should do the trick. Fresh air usually calmed him, if not helped him think. Lately, he'd been feeling different. He knew it was his body or college itself. He didn't have any girlfriends to worry about. He just felt different without any explanation. It gave him a headache. He was trying so hard. Jack rubbed his temples, pushing the door leading outside with his foot. A gust of wind swept across, slamming the door behind him. It was around 6 p.m. The sky was mixed with both orange and blue. The further the sky grew, the darker it got. Curfew, surprisingly, was 12 o'clock midnight. He never really questioned it vocally, but always wondered why it was so late. Usually curfew was around 8 p.m. where he lived. "Hi, Jack." The male looked up to see one of the girls in his class. She most likely had left, considering she still had her book bag on her shoulder. Jack half smiled and rose a hand to greet her. It was... what was her name? Jenny. Jenny Smith. "Hey, Jenny. Just now leaving class?" Jenny smiled and nodded her head, adjusting the strap. "It's pretty late. What made you stay so long?" The girl's smile lost its brightness for a split second before reviving. "Oh, just a study session. We have finals coming up soon, so, best to stay on the ball," she giggled before tucking her hair behind her ear. "What are you doing out here anyway? It's gonna storm tonight." Jack shrugged his shoulders before eyeing the sky, smelling the air for moisture. Yep. It would rain any second. Just come out for fresh air is all. Got done with homework in class and stuff. Didn't feel like playing any video games or watching TV, so I came out here. Then he nodded her head every so often, showing him she was paying attention and smiling again. "Well, you got your air. I gotta go, though. I'll see you later." Before Jack could reply with a goodbye, the girl quickly dashed off past him, following the sidewalk up around the side of the dorm. Jack rose a brow in curiosity. His mind zipped with question, only to have it cut off by a drop of rain. Then another. And another. "Shit," he mumbled, running back to the door to get back inside, not wanting to get soaked in the rain. Another slam of the door rose up behind him. Jack started shaking his fingers through his hair, sending water droplets everywhere while wiping off the rain from his face and jacket. As he made his way back up to his dorm room, Jack began fishing through his pockets for his keys, whistling a random tune while he traveled up the 2 flights of stairs, listening to his tune echo out in all directions. It was kind of creepy, now that he thought about it. Where was everyone? It was too quiet for a Friday evening. There was usually people up and about. Maybe a lot of students stayed behind for tutoring. Maybe some went home for the weekend. Maybe people are already in bed, or in their dorms. Being very, very quiet. Jack sighed as he began unlocking the door, shoving his keys back in his pocket after the door closed behind him. "Yo, Greg, you here?" Nothing. No response. Just the sound of rain hitting against the window. Huh. Guess he's studying too. That's a first. Jack made his way over to his bed, slumped down to get ready for sleep, pulled off his hoodie, kicked his shoes off, and rolled over to face the wall. Not bothering with the covers, he just wanted some sleep. Closing his eyes, Jack slowly began dozing off, the rain partially lulling him to sleep.
Praise Cherubah, for his blood-stained hands will bring salvation to us all. He shall bring us closer to our everlasting paradise. He is our Lord and Savior. Praise Cherubah. Praise Cherubah.
Jack let out a gut-wrenching gasp for air, waking in a cold sweat. His eyes darting from one corner to another before rising up from his spot, he panted, feeling his hands trembling from the dream that he just had. Jack looked around his room, relieved that his roommate Greg was in his bed. He could tell he was fast asleep from the dreaded snoring that came out of him. He himself was surprised that he could sleep through it. Slowly exhaling through his mouth, Jack rose up from his bed, staggering to the mini fridge on the other side of the room. His mind churned questions. What kind of dream was that? Never had he experienced one so real. Grabbing a water bottle from the mini fridge, Jack began gulping down the bottle, not caring if he woke up Greg. Letting out a cold sigh, Jack tossed the now empty bottle into the recycling bin, now making his way back to the bed. He stopped in front of the mirror, hands gripping the sides of the sink as he eyed himself. He was pale, eyes borderlining bloodshot. Groaning, he let his head hang low, fighting the urge to vomit. Man, what the fuck? He murmured, running his hand across his forehead to wipe away even more sweat. That's what I get for playing those horror games. He thought to himself, slightly smiling as he began brushing off the whole thing. Get it together, Jack. It was only a dream. Dreams don't come true. Just played too much Silent Hill is all. No big deal. Good night to sleep. Get some decent rest. Easier said than done. That morning, Jack felt something shake him awake. Dude, Jack, get up, bro. You got to see this. Jack let out a tired, irritated groan from under the covers, slowly pulling them down to see Greg. The blonde grinned and flashed a photo on his phone in his face. Guess who got laid last night? It was a picture of some topless girl in his lap, posing for the camera. She looks drunk, Jack muttered sleepily, his hand slowly rubbing the sleepies from his eyes. Greg blew air through his pursed lips, rolling his eyes as he closed his phone. You're just jealous. Bullshit. I'd rather have a life than get some chick pregnant in college. Touché, good sir, but fuck you. I use protection. Whatever. Jack began pulling his covers back over his head, feeling the weight of his friend rise up off of his bed. Good. He could get back to sleep. Dude, I had such a weird dream last night. Jack paused when his mind processed the word weird dream, and was instantly awake. Really? Me too. What was it about? Greg shrugged his shoulders, his fingers flying across the numbers on his cell phone, forming a check to his girlfriend. I had a dream where my grandma blew up like a balloon and started chasing me around with a giant fly swatter. Jack's fear and anxiety dropped. He turned his head to look at him. What the hell, dude? Greg laughed after snapping his cell shut. I know, right? Fucking hate that hag. Wouldn't surprise me if she completely dislikes me. I broke so much shit in her house as a kid. Jack rolled his eyes, fully pulling the covers over his head, wanting to get more sleep in. Greg looked over and rose a brow. You said you had a dream, right? Do you remember it? Jack laid there in silence, wanting him to just leave already. The blonde furrowed his brow and began nudging Jack's back with his foot. Come on, tell me. I know you're awake. I had a dream about some guy preaching. You say my dream is weird. I never said your dream was weird. But it is. Anyway, go on. Greg pulled up his knees, resting his arms on them as he listened. Jack sighed and rose up from his warm salvation of sleep. There was this guy preaching about some guy named Cherubog, and he'd lead everyone to paradise with bloodstained hands, and they dressed in these weird-looking robes and wore these weird masks. Jack looked over to his friend, watching him give a weirded-out look. Bro, you played way too much Silent Hill. Jack smiled a little and shrugged his shoulders, relieved that his friend had said his thoughts the night before. What can I say? I love horror games. Jack spent most of his morning studying for finals, wanting to get school-related things out of the way before he could enjoy the weekend. Greg left to meet up with his girlfriend, telling Jack he'd be back around 6. It was usually on Sundays when the two sat down together and played one of the many video games they had until it was time for bed. For Jack, that is. Sighing, he turned the last page over on his note packet, memorizing his handwriting slowly. Suddenly a knock at the door tore him from his studying. Jack turned his head and eyed the door, then rose up from his desk to answer it. Pulling it open, he was surprised to see Jenny standing in front of the door. Oh. Hey, Jenny. Jenny smiled and waved back. Hi, Jack. What are you doing inside on a Saturday?
Jack looked back at his desk before turning back to the girl. I'm getting my studying done early so I can enjoy the rest of the day with relaxation. Jenny nodded her head understandingly and placed her hand on her hips. Well, I'm sure you've done enough studying. You should come outside. Everyone's doing something today. Jack mentally sighed in relief. Good. So people were here today. I'll come out when I'm done, I guess. Jenny giggled and nodded again. Okay, see you later. And just like that, the student was off in a flash. Jack smiled a little before closing the door, making his way back to his desk. He sat down and began rereading the page of notes, keeping everything fresh in his mind. And then it hit him. How did Jenny know where his dorm room was? They never really talked to each other, let alone shared dorm room numbers. Kind of gave him a creepy feeling at first, but then his realist side thought otherwise. Maybe she saw you come into this room once without you noticing. Maybe Greg had told her what room he lived in, and just so happened that Greg and he shared rooms. Shaking his head in frustration, Jack rubbed his temples. You're just overanalyzing everything, Jack. No need to fret over pointless stuff, he said to himself, running his fingers through his hair. Maybe he was done studying for the day. Again, he swiped up his hoodie off of his chair, slipped it back on, along with his shoes before heading outside. When he got to the bottom of the stairs, he felt himself breathing another heavy sigh of relief when he saw how many students were up and about. Glad to know he wasn't going crazy. He watched as some people played ball, tossing each other a football or basketball. Girls were huddled in groups outside, talking about Lord knows what. Not that he cared. He was just happy to see people. And just then, a hand crept over his shoulder. Jack looked back to see who it was, and it was none other than Jenny. Again. Oh. Hey, Jenny. The girl smiled. You're outside of that dark room. Took my advice to come out, eh? Jack smiled nervously, giving a nod or two. You should hang out with me and my friends. We're gonna go for a walk in the woods. Jack rose a questioning brow. For what? Jenny laughed. We're just hanging out at our place. Come on, don't be a wuss. Jack felt a little hesitant at first, but he slowly came around and agreed to follow. Jenny grabbed him by the hand, then began tugging him along, making sure he was close. Yeah, off to the cave. The cave? Jack asked, watching the forest grow darker with each step. Our hangout, silly. Sarah found it at the beginning of the year, so we decided to make it our hangout area. Us? Jack asked again, looking back over his shoulder, watching the school slowly get consumed by trees. Me, Sarah, Bobby, Fred, and Luna. You ask a lot of questions. Jack couldn't help but let out a nervous laugh. Sorry, I don't mean to. I've been having a rough weekend is all. Jenny looked back at him and smiled. It's okay. We all have our days. As minutes passed, the two walked around what seemed like an invisible path that only Jenny could see. Jack couldn't help but begin to worry. He was about to open his mouth to ask another question until a girl released his hand, punching her fist in the air. We're here, she sang, running ahead of the boy. Jack looked up to see a rather large cave next to a babbling brook. He watched as two girls and boys appeared from inside, greeting Jenny happily. Until they saw Jack. Their smiles faded and they began leaning into Jenny, whispering while keeping their eyes on him. Jack felt a little nervous, feeling as if he shouldn't be there at all, that he should go back to his dorm room playing Silent Hill. But Jenny looked back as well, gesturing him to come forward like it was okay. The brunette took a deep breath before making his way over, eyeing over everyone but Jenny, all of them sitting. All of them didn't look pleased, despite their forced smiles. Hey. Jack rose a hand, giving a wave. Sarah eyed him over before crossing her arms. Hi, she said bluntly. Hey, said Bobby and Luna. What's up? Fred smiled, shoving his hands in his pockets. What's he doing here, Jen? I thought it was going to be just you. Jenny rolled her eyes at Sarah's statement and wrapped an arm around Jack, her free hand patting him on the chest. I thought it would be cool if you guys met Jack. He's a really cool guy. Honest! Luna and Bobby looked at each other for a while. Fred nodded. I've heard about him. Straight A student, smart kid. Fred walked over to Jack and began leading him inside the cave, rambling on about what kind of video games he liked, leaving the group outside. Sarah shot daggers towards Jenny. Jenny gave a stink eye back. What the hell do you think you're doing, Jen? You can't let outsiders into... He's not going to find anything out. Be nice for a change, Sarah. Sarah glared and grumbled under her breath, following after Fred. Luna and Bobby looked at one another before going in as well. The group settled inside, Everyone huddled around a fire in a circle. Jack sat in between Jenny and Fred, while the others completed their small circle. Jack felt uncomfortable, especially with Sarah giving dirty looks every so often, but surprisingly, the evening wasn't all too bad. Everyone got to know a little bit more about him, asking questions and talking about what they enjoyed doing. Talking about school and exams. Jack looked around the cave as they spoke. It was cool inside. They had tables and desks, places where they set up books. They even had a compartment for food. It really was like a place to hang out. And I guess I worried about nothing, Jack thought, smiling at the comment Fred made. There was a sudden clap of thunder from above, causing the group to look up at the entrance to the cave. Another storm? Sarah complained, raising up a book bag over her shoulders. I'm leaving. Last thing I want to do is get caught up in a storm. Bye. Sarah turned on her heels and ran over to her bike, resting up against a tree, and rode off back to school. Luna and Bobby rose up together. We don't want to get wet either. We'll catch you guys later, okay? Luna said, smiling over at Jack and the others. The duo both pulled their book bags up off the ground, running off to try and beat the storm. Fred didn't move. I'm going to stay here for a bit. There's some things I need to get back here. You guys can go on ahead if you want to. Jack looked at Jenny before getting up off the stool. Yeah, I'm going to go back too. Greg's probably back and might be wondering where I am. Jenny smiled up at him and nodded. Okay, I'm going to help Fred. Just follow the same path back to school. I'll see you later. Jack smiled and waved goodbye to the two, making his way out of the cave and into the forest. It shouldn't be too hard to get back if he followed Luna and Bobby from afar. An hour passed. Jack began unlocking his dorm room with his keys, opening up the door to find Greg on his laptop on the sofa. Greg looked up and smiled. Yo, Jack, where you been? He asked, surprised that Jack had stepped out altogether. I was invited to come back at some secret base in the forest behind the school, he replied, closing the door behind him while he began kicking off his shoes. Greg raised a brow, closing his laptop. Oh, really? Who invited who? You know that girl Jenny in our civilizations class? Greg smiled slowly faded. Dude, she's weird. Jack furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean she's weird? Weird how? Greg looked away nervously before answering. Okay, you know what kind of shit she reads? Like, she's like books upon books about these freaky-ass cults. I shit you not. Jack rolled his eyes before walking over to his dresser. Dude, I'm serious. Like, you probably shouldn't hang out with her. Like, people who read that stuff are messed up in the head. Oh, yeah, whatever, Jack replied, rummaging around through his clothes. I'm gonna take a shower. We have another storm coming. Greg blinked and looked back out the window. Oh, man, really? I was gonna go out with Gabby tonight. He moaned sadly, watching the clouds churn in a deep gray. Jack chuckled at his friend before going into the shower. Jack, wake up! Jack felt Greg shaking him, groaning in anger. Ugh, what? What is it? He asked, looking up at the nervous Greg. Greg looked over to the window. Dude, someone's out in the forest lighting fires. Jack rubbed his eye with his palm. What? Someone is outside lighting fires. Look! Greg pulled him out of bed and pointed out towards the forest. Jack sighed before rubbing his eyes and looking out the window. To his surprise, there was a lit fire that was far back in the woods, almost around the area where Jenny's secret base was. Well, I'll be damned, there is a fire, he muttered, noticing the storm had stopped. What time is it? 2 a.m. We should go check it out. I mean, that looks like where their little hideout is. Greg gave Jack a freaked out look of, you're out of your fucking mind. What? I'm sure there's a perfectly good explanation why someone's out there lighting fires. Yeah, for cults. Jack shot him a look. Dude, get over yourself. There is no cult. I call bullshit. I'm not going. Jack smirked. You chicken? He asked, watching Greg get flustered. Dude, seriously, don't go. Last thing you want is to get in trouble. Jack rolled his eyes. Whatever. I'm gonna go check it out. If there's anything wrong, I'll report it to the dean. Jack changed out of his pajamas, dressed in jeans, a blue t-shirt, along with his black hoodie and shoes. Pulling out their emergency flashlight from the desk drawer, Jack walked over to the door. See you in a bit, he called out, watching Greg shake his head. Curiosity killed the cat, man. Killed the cat, he called back, watching the door close. Jack pulled his hood over his head and began making his way down the stairs. It was probably just Jenny and her friends hanging out at their spot late at night. I mean, loads of people do that, right? The second he walked outside, Jack felt the air shift from normal to damp and chilly. He began making his way towards the forest, using the flashlight as much as he could to follow the path Jenny had led for him down the previous day. Jack started growing nervous, listening to the sounds of life, of night in the forest. Easy now, Jack. Absolutely nothing that can hurt you in these forests. Nothing. Minutes passed as Jack finally began getting closer to the cave Jenny showed him before. He could see the dim light from afar, and talking. Loud talking. But it didn't sound like Jenny or Bobby or anyone else from their group. The closer he got, the clearer the voices. Turning off his flashlight, Jack peered around the tree. What he saw shook him to his core. There, standing outside the cave, was a group of robed people. Judging by their height, they were students, both male and female. They all wore black robes and blue mouthless masks with big eye holes. One of them began stepping up onto a podium. He rose his hands up into the air. "Thank you, my brothers and sisters, for joining me this night of nights. Tonight, we summon our Lord and Savior, Chernobog." The group below him cried and called with things like praise and all hail. "Tonight, we choose the sacrifice, the one who will lead us to paradise, free us from this hell." The group of students began cheering, chanting the name of Chernobog. Jack shook his head in disbelief, slowly backed up from the tree that he hid behind. "Oh my God, it really is a cult," he murmured. Jack turned to run back to the school, only to be stopped by Jenny, who was standing there the whole time. "Jenny, thank God you're here." Jack ran over to her. There's this cult thing. We gotta tell somebody." Jenny smiled. "Cult? He's no cult, Jack. You're just overreacting," she chuckled, suddenly feeling Jack shake her by the arms. "No, listen to me. We need to get out of..." Jack's words were cut short by a rock against his head. His eyes fluttered slightly, stumbling back before collapsing on the ground with a thud. Blurry figures began circling around him as he watched Jenny smile down at him. And then, everything went black. Jack awoke from a bucket of cold water being dumped over his head, blood trickling down the side of his head onto his ear and side of his face. He winced, feeling his head throb in pain. The second he remembered the last thing he saw, he gasped, looking up to see what he was sitting in front of. His arms were held firmly behind his back. The leader of the cult walked up in front of him and smiled under the mask. "Chernobog has found his sacrifice. Hail!" he called, listening as the group repeated the phrase. Jack attempted to struggle, the pain of his head fighting against him. "You shall become one of Chernobog's sons, the chosen one to live upon the wretched world and do his bidding." The group cried the phrase once more. Jack shook his head as fast as he could. No, all of you are crazy. Let me go," he yelled, letting out a yelp of pain from his arms being twisted. The leader laughed, turning to the group behind him. "Come, my brothers and sisters, help me change this non-believer into the son of Chernobog." The group chanted the phrase, stepping closer to form a large circle around him. "Praise, for his blood-stained hands will bring salvation to us all. He shall bring us closer to our everlasting paradise. He is our Lord and Savior. Praise, praise Chernobog," he cried once more. Jack listened as the group began chanting in a different language. He felt his heartbeat grow faster, watching one of the group members walk before them with a tray of tools and other queer objects. The person pulled their mask off, revealing it to be Jenny. She smiled, taking a spoon from the tray. "Isn't it great, Jack? The great Lord Chernobog has chosen you to be his son." Jack shook his head, tears flowing from his eyes. "I never knew you'd be the one." "No, Jenny, please, no, please don't do this," he begged, watching her step in front of him. She giggled, placing her hand on his forehead. "All hail, Chernobog." The group then stabbed the spoon into his left eye, ignoring the cries of pain Jack let out. He squirmed and struggled against the two who held him down, feeling his eye being gorged out of its socket. "Hold still, Jack. You'll make me kill you," Jenny said with complete calmness as she began working his other eye out, watching blood spurt and trickle down his face, still ignoring his cries and pleas. The leader stepped in, holding a bowl of black hot ooze in his hands. "Behold the sight of Chernobog," he cried, watching Jenny hold his head still, and began pouring the tar-like liquid into his eye sockets. Jack let out a blood-curdling scream of pain, feeling the substance flow over and trickle down his eyelids. Placing his hand on Jack's forehead, the leader began chanting the same language as the others, watching as Jack's body became limp and lifeless. He watched as Jenny held a book open to a passage of a different language. Rise, Lord Chernobog. Rise and take the vessel of the sacrifice we give you. Give yourself to this vessel. Be one with this vessel. Rise, great Lord, rise. 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 Panting heavily, Jack rose up from the now dead body of Bobby. Yanking off the mask he wore like the others. Standing up, he looked over the massacre he created. Every single person was dead. Masks torn off, throats slashed, guts cut open, eyes gorged out. His hood and pants stained with blood. Scalpel in hand, Jack turned to the last living person. Jenny, borderlining death, watched as he stepped above her. His skin turned black, his teeth sharpened to a point, nails long and sharp. He wasn't human anymore. She smiled, blood leaking from her mouth as she spoke. Release me into everlasting paradise. Jack growled low, teeth showing. You don't deserve paradise. None of you do. He knelt down, swiping the mask from the ground. Burn in hell. All of you. Jenny watched as he pulled the mask on, the black substance trickling down onto the mask from his eyes. She grabbed a hold of his ankle weakly, begging to be released to paradise, only to have him pull away from her, before walking off into the shadows. She cried, tears rolling down her face as she called out to him, until her last breath.
Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we say goodnight, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching tonight's video, or for listening to tonight's episode of the podcast. For those of you guys who are looking for a nice warm drink, my wife happens to sell tea. That's etsy.com/ivorymonocletea. There's a whole bunch of different teas there that are based on some of your favorite things like horror, things like fantasy, things like Dungeons & Dragons, and of course, there is a Creepypasta-based tea. There is the Dark and Stormy Night, which is my personal favorite, the one that I like to drink whenever I'm doing my recordings. And if you guys want to get a special MCP dabbing sticker, make sure to ask her for one whenever you order the Dark and Stormy Night. As always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon, patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. People such as Diana Kraus, AcidSystem, Benjamin 2003, Blake Rattler, Bottle Coolant, Brandon Mendoza, Caltuna, CoryxKenshin, Dakota Best, Daniel Poulsen, Dante Kinkade, Enchanted Buns, Eric Anthony Caruso, Estebean, 15 Squirrels in a Trench Coat, Galaxy Gremlin, Hazy's Nephew, Himbo Jerry, Our Minute Second Time, Jay Kearns, Jedis Pet, Lou Cypher, Nick MC, Plant Piss, Red Shadowcat, Remember the Sun, Salty Surprise, Samara Lynn, Scary Stories Fuel Me 32, Seclude, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Sky Harbor, Smiley the Psychotic, Sully Man, Polly Sue, Team Leo 76, The Chavez Brothers, The Ginger Bros, Tommy Walters, Viceroy Scorn, William Wellington, X Reaper 69, XX Lucky Cat XX, Zibulb, Shadow Gardens, and Peaceful Buddha. Thank you all so much for being here. And as always, sweet dreams.